hold up, I am on my way, I'm in motion. Let's go to the ocean, yeah, let's go outside. We can hang out on the beach without freezing.
Welcome to Crafty Beach. This is Julie, and I have another Best of 2023 DIY video for you. So this video, I'm going to do your favorite DIY from each one of my seasonal videos that I did this year. So we're going to be doing spring, summer, fall, and winter. So let's get started with your favorite spring DIYs from 2023. I did a flower and garden DIY video, and this is your favorite DIY from that video. And I'll be sure to include a link to the original video on each one of these highlights. Now, the next DIY, I picked up a couple of these. I got like the shovel and the rake, and I thought we could DIY those into a fun little wall hanging. I think they had like 3 different things. I can't remember what the other one was. Maybe like a different kind of rake? Not sure. I thought they were too busy though, so we're going to pop off these cute little things that are on there, and I will definitely save those for another project. There was the sunflower, the ladybug, the bee, the flower. Now I'm also going to pop off the words. The little bugs and stuff were super easy to pop off. I'm just using a Cricut tool and my heat gun, but the words were on there. So I don't think they'll be reusable, but I got to a point where I was just trying to get them off. And that gives me a nice blank canvas to work with. I want these to be colorful, but I want them to be simple. I don't want all of this extra decor on there. And all of these are going to be great for future projects. I am planning some bee projects. And I'm really excited about that. I haven't done bees in a couple of years, since my bee tier tray video 2 years ago when I very first started on YouTube. This is the one I kind of really destroyed. And I was like, I'm not going to use this again. Okay. So I'm just going to use heat to try to clean that up. I want to try to get off any glue residue that's on there. And then I thought we could repaint these to kind of go with our color scheme today and kind of hang them together in a cute little spring wall hanging. So I just use a combination of heat and sandpaper just to clean those up a little bit. This one wasn't as bad. I didn't really have as much glue residue left on that one. Now it's just time to paint them. I thought I would make this one that salmon color just because the other one was blue, and I thought that'd be really easy to make blue again. So it is going to require a couple coats of the salmon color because I'm trying to mask over that green color that was on there before. And I'm just going to paint the shovel part this salmon color, and then I'll go back and paint the handles a different color. Now for the rake, we're going to do that aqua color. So I'm mixing turquoise and ivory together to give me that same light shade that we used on the watering can sign. And that one was easier to paint blue to blue, so it only required 1 coat. Now I thought about leaving like the natural wood on the handles, but I haven't really used any natural wood in my DIYs today. So I'm just going to use ivory because I've used that a lot more. And distressing the wood with the ivory acrylic, also distressing the shovel part, just to kind of give it that distressed look. And if some of the wood on the handle shows through, I'm totally fine with that. It just makes it look a little distressed. We're going to do the same exact thing over here on the little rake by distressing the handle ivory and then distressing the other with the ivory too. Super cute. I love how simple they look compared to how they looked before. And then I was trying to decide which one I wanted on top. I kind of like the shovel better on top. And so I'm just going to go ahead and attach them together with a little hot glue up here, down here, the 2 contact spots to kind of hang them together. And you could get all 3, but I thought 2 was definitely enough for this project, so I only picked up 2. Now I kind of wanted them to look like they are tied together, so I'm going to use some of this wired burlap ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And instead of actually tying them together, I'm just going to wrap it around first And then we'll make a bow and add on there. Easier than trying to tie this wired ribbon. So I'm just gonna hot glue that on. And you're kind of working at a weird angle, just kind of do your best. And I'm gonna glue that down. And you don't have to worry about your hot glue showing or anything like that. We're gonna have that all covered up with a bow that we're gonna make out of that same burlap ribbon. So this is really easy because the fabric is the same on both sides. So I'm just going to pinch, make 2 loops, right? 1 on each side, try to keep them equal distance, and then cut a second tail. Then using a zip tie, we're just gonna cinch it together. Easy peasy, just trying to keep my loops the same size before I tighten it too much, and then pull my tails down. Trimming off the excess zip tie, and we can attach that to our little burlap that we put up there to make them look like they're tied together. And I'm just gonna glue that down with some hot glue. Now to kind of make that bow look a little bit prettier, I am going to dovetail the ends. Just making sure that is secure and not going to go anywhere. You can see the zip tie in the middle, so I will put something there decorative to kind of cover that up. But I'm just going to fold these and then dovetail them about the same length. Now I was trying to decide if I should put like a flower. I thought about these foam roses from Valentine's Day, but then I ended up going with one of the little solo wood roses from the Crafter Square at Dollar Tree. I thought that'd be really cute on there, and it's kind of the perfect size. I was trying to decide, should I paint it? Should I not? I decided not. I like the natural wood. So I'm just gonna glue that on there. I don't want that falling off, so the glue, I kind of had to use a lot and kind of really get it in there, kind of pushing down. I added a little glue to the top to make sure that it wasn't going to go anywhere. Now, I probably should have done the hanger for this before I got to this point, but I got to this point and I'm like, I need some way to hang this. This would be cute though if you wanted to sit it on your table as well, lean it up against something. But I'm going to make mine hanging by taking some twine, just doing a little knot that I can attach to the back of this sign, I guess. And I'm going to staple it on there. I have the wood like doubled up and I have the bow there, so you won't be able to see the staple if it does go through. And I'm just going to staple above the knot, and I always miss the first try. I don't know about you guys. And we have our little shovel and rake wall hanging. I thought about adding some words to it, but I really love just the soft spring colors of this, and I kind of like the simplicity. So this is how it turned out, our little garden tools. I love it. I think it looks so much better and so cute for spring. Now the next video that I did in 2023 was a spring and garden DIY video, and your favorite DIY from that video was my little porch swing DIY. Okay, so we're going to use 2 of these little easels from the Dollar Tree. I used to have a hard time finding these at the Dollar Tree, but I've been finding them a lot more frequently. And I wanted to put the 2 of these together to make a little porch swing decoration for spring. Now, honestly, you could probably use this for summer or anything, but we're going to build it for spring and decorate it for spring, but I'm going to leave it where I can, switch it up for different seasons if I want to. So it has like the easel thing. If you pull it around the backwards, it's going to leave like the little shelf for the easel is still going to be there, which I kind of want to leave in place because it's going to provide some structure for the frame. Now I thought about just putting like one on top of the other, the little legs, if you know what I mean. Now, when I kind of put that together like that, the only problem is since one is then higher than the other, it's going to be kind of at an angle. As you can see, it kind of slopes down if I do it that way. So I'm only going to use one of the legs to connect the 2 pieces together and just remove the other piece, which we end up using for this DIY anyway. So I'm just going to take the little wing nut off and remove the screw. And then we can just take that existing leg from the other easel and bring it through to screw it in. But first I kind of need to drill a hole in it so that I can put a screw through there. So I'm just gonna put like a wood block here underneath and use my drill to drill a hole in there. That way it'll be easier to screw that in and I won't have to worry about splitting the wood or anything like that. So just a matter of lining it back up. I'm gonna do it like this, where the two little ledges for the easel, like little shelves, are pointing inwards, but it doesn't really matter. I do end up using those when I decorate the little porch swing. This turned out so cute. I think you guys are really gonna love it. And I saw somebody make one similar to this, I think, using the easels. I saw a picture, I think last year, and I've been wanting to make one ever since. I can't remember where I saw it. I think I saw maybe a picture on Facebook or something like that, but I'm so glad I finally did. So I put the screw in there and the wing nut, tightening both sides, and we have the perfect structure for a porch swing. It looks just like the structure of a porch swing. I thought about staining it or painting it, but I kind of like it like the raw wood look like that. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, but you can always do yours however you would like. Now I'm gonna use these little wood pallets, coasters from the Dollar Tree to make the porch swing. I thought they looked great because they have like the slats on there. They're about the right size. So we're gonna need a total of 4. Now, if you like put them together in an L shape, you can just leave it like that, but I thought I wanted the seat part of my swing to be a little bit shorter to kind of make it look more like a bench. And so I'm just gonna cut it off right about there with my saw, but again, if you wanted to use it intact or you didn't have access to a saw, you totally could do that, but that's how much I cut off each one, just to make the seat part shorter. And then I'm gonna sit it like that, sitting it on top of the back. I thought about using the extra pieces for the sides of the swing, but they were a little too big, so I decided to use that extra piece from the easels. Is gonna work way better. So it is time to put our little porch swing together, and I'm gonna leave this raw wood too, so it'll go with the porch swing that we've created so far, and it really reminds me of a porch swing, but it would be really cute if you wanted to stain it as well. So I just use hot glue, and I glue the 2 pieces of the back together. And then that's what it looks like. I'm gonna leave the slatted part up top. And then I was trying to decide if I wanted the bench to be on there like that, or if I wanted it to have like a more finished edge. I'm gonna go ahead and glue those 2 together as well, just with hot glue. And this is where I was trying to decide how I wanted it to put together. I decided I kind of liked it like that better, with the longer piece of wood on the outside, kind of how the back of the bench is. So it's kind of technically upside down right now. So I'm gonna glue all of those posts to it. Try to keep it square, like a 90-degree angle. And we have like the body of our porch swing. Wasn't that easy? Now it's just a matter of putting the arms on. So this is what we're at right now. And I'm gonna use that extra piece that we had from the top of, or from the easel that we didn't need. And I'm gonna use that, I'm gonna cut that down into 4 pieces to make little sides for the side of our porch swing. I love building miniature stuff like that. I think it's so much fun. I did like a popsicle stick and Dollar Tree wood picnic table last year for one of my tier trays. So fun. And so I cut off a piece just as long as the seat, like that. And then I'll need to cut another piece down for the bottom. So I cut a total of 4 pieces out of that little thing. I decided I better not just eyeball it. And I took that to my saw, and we have 4 pieces now. If you didn't want to use that, you could always use those little like craft squares like that, or the little Jenga blocks from the Dollar Tree would work great. Just sanding those down, and now it's time to put these together. So I have the taller part, if you can't tell, the taller part, the full piece is on the back, making like a high bench seat. And the shorter part that I cut down is the bottom of the swing. So I just attached the 2 smaller pieces with hot glue on the corners. And then we can attach the larger pieces on top. I've been having so much fun with these spring DIYs. They're really, really fun, and I hope you guys have enjoyed them. Today, these are really cute ones. My family really got a kick out of them. So I just glued that to the back and to the top of that little piece we already glued down. As you can see, just a simple L shape. Looks like the side of a porch swing. Porch swings remind me of when I was a kid. We always lived in a small town with a front porch. We always had a porch swing, and we'd sit out there for hours because, you know, there was no internet. And so we got the other side attached, and it's looking pretty good. I don't think it really needs anything else. We just need to hang it on the porch swing structure. Now you could get really creative with this, especially if you're going to use outside. They have like the, you know, the plant hanger chains. You could use that. I thought about that, but I didn't really have any. So I'm just going to use twine. I'm going to make mine super easy. That way I don't have to worry about like eye hooks or anything like that. I'm just gonna simply tie it on because it's not gonna be very heavy, and just take that twine and run it up over the top of the structure, and then just attach that to the back of the swing. And you know, for what I'm gonna use this for, this is totally strong enough, and it kind of looks springy as well. It looks kind of like a rope. So I just hot glued that to the top of the back of the swing. You're not going to be able to really see it back there. And then trim that off. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Just making sure that when I glue it on there that I get it nice and level so that the swing is going to sit right. And you know, even though I didn't use chains or anything like that, you can still swing this. It's super functional and cute. So just gluing on this side. And this is the basic structure of the little porch swing. It's so cute. You could decorate this for spring or summer, really anything. This would look great outside on your porch as well. So cute. I'm just gonna kind of burn off the fuzzies on the twine, just using a lighter. And now comes the fun part. We can decorate this. So we need somebody to lay on it, right? So I got one of these little laying down frogs from the Dollar Tree. Absolutely adorable. And he's the perfect size. Look, he is going to lay on our little porch swing for spring. Now I thought he needed a few spring pillows to kind of brighten it up. So I found this great like flower fabric at the Dollar Tree, and I thought we could make some very simple little like no-sew pillows. So I'm just gonna cut out some fabric. And look at our little frog over there just swinging away. He's enjoying himself. And I'm just gonna cut down, I have it kind of doubled up. I wanna cut down 2 pillows, just about the right size for this little guy. At first I was going to do like a rectangle like that, but I decided it might be a little too big, so I do kind of cut them down more into squares. And this is gonna be just a super easy pillow. I'm just going to hot glue down the sides, leaving one side open so that I can stuff it. And I always have like an old bed pillow. I always save our old bed pillows and stuff like that. So I always have like a source of polyfill for crafting. And so that is what I'm going to use to stuff it. But you could stuff it with really anything. They're so small. Now this one I have to do 3 sides to glue down because the other one was kind of on a seam. I only had to do 2 sides because one side was still attached. Just leaving that one side open. It's just going to be big enough for me to get a little bit of stuffing in there and make some little spring pillows. This was so much fun. This is, I did like kind of 2 like kind of small miniature scale projects today, and they were just so much fun to put together. So not much fluff fits in there, but I'm going to try to fill them up pretty good. If you have any, like if you're getting any little strings coming off there, you can just trim them up, of course, because it's not sewn or anything like that. It could look a little rough, but you can cut it up to make it pretty good, look pretty good. So we have our 2 little spring pillows, perfect for our little frog who's relaxing. And I thought those were really cute, but I thought, you know, He needed much more spring decorations to kind of make this look like a spring DIY. So we're gonna kind of decorate the whole little swing. Isn't he cute? I love him just sitting there without a care in the world. I want to be him. Can I be him? So I thought flower pots would be perfect. We have those little shelves on the sides, and they have these little teeny tiny flower pots for in the spring section at Dollar Tree. And then I also wanted to do a flowers. I thought it would be really pretty to take some like pink flowers from the Dollar Tree, some small ones there, and some of this green floral wire from the Dollar Tree, and just kind of string that along the top of the porch swing, kind of like, you know, like a little arbor or something like that, to make it look like it's all growing with flowers. But I'm just gonna wire it on, so if I wanted to remove this later, if I wanted to change, you know, the look of it for seasons or whatever, I can always easily remove it. So I just cut down all of the flowers off that little flower arrangement from the Dollar Tree. And then I'm just gonna start with the green floral wire. I was excited to find this at Dollar Tree because it's gonna match in with the green stems. You're not gonna be able to see it. And then I'm just gonna kind of alternate kind of randomly which way I'm gonna attach these to kind of make it look like it's cascading down the top of this. So just kind of cutting off a piece so I can kind of get it around there easily without interfering with anything, and trying to kind of avoid where I put the twine because I don't want to mess up the hanging of that little porch swing. And gonna go all the way across, trying to make sure that I don't mess him up. I kind of keep him straight in there. And that one little sprig of pink flowers was the perfect amount to go all the way across the top. Now, since I have those little ledges that we left at the bottom where the easel would hold up artwork or whatever, they even have little ledges on there. So I think they're perfect for those flower pots. And I got a package of 3 there, but I'm going to use a total of 4. I had 1 left over from one of my other spring DIY videos that I did last week. And so I have 2 big ones and 2 small ones. Now you could leave them natural wood like that, but I wanted them to look nice and springy. And the color scheme that I've been using for all my spring DIYs is like this light turquoise color and like pink or salmon. So I mixed turquoise together with white to give me this beautiful light turquoise color. And I'm just gonna simply paint the outside of all of these little flower pots. And you can get creative with this. You could do like different colors. These are just the perfect size. You know, I used these on that tier tray that I did in my spring video, and then I used them on me, so I was out of them again. So I just picked more up because I think they're so cute. Because I think they would be really good like legs for like risers and stuff too. They're just so versatile, so cute. So we got all 4 painted that light turquoise color. I also painted the tops. You're not going to be able to see inside, so I think that's going to work. And now we just need to fill them with flowers. So I just picked like some arrangements from the Dollar Tree that have like little tiny flowers. I've been trying to use that a lot lately. I think they're really versatile. I have so many big Dollar Tree flowers. Sometimes it's fun to craft with these little tiny ones. And trying to keep in my color scheme too of like pinks. So I just start trimming off some of the flowers, but leaving some of the stem in there. I was thinking we can just glue them in. It's not going to require any foam or anything like that because these little flower pots are so tiny. So I did like the pink and yellow, the pink and the white, and just put a dot of hot glue in the bottom and then stick the little plastic stems down in that. And easy peasy, you have a little flower pot. So cute. I wanted to kind of alternate what kind of flowers were in each one. So I'm going to do the larger pot in the back. The smaller pot, I'm just going to fill with some white flowers and some of these light pink flowers in that pot, and then some of the pink and yellow ones on this one on the other side. And I'm not going to glue these pots to the side because, again, I want to be able to switch this out. But if you were going to use it outside, you would definitely want to glue or secure these down. But I'm just going to kind of sit these on the little shelves to decorate. And he is ready for spring. Check him out. Doesn't he look cute and relaxed for spring? And this is how he turned out. It's such a fun DIY, and I really enjoyed seeing all of your recreations of this DIY. The next DIY project, I did a bee theme for my coffee bar, and bees can be great because I usually do them for spring, but they do transition really well into summer too. I know a lot of you guys use them for summer, and if you're enjoying today's video, be sure to like and don't forget to subscribe. Okay, next DIY, we're gonna make a bee skep. I picked up one of these little foam pieces from the Dollar Tree. I thought it would be the perfect base to get us started for a little skep for our coffee bar. So I'm going to use that same decorative nautical rope from the Dollar Tree, the thinner brown rope. And it ended up taking like 1.5 packages to make the size skep that I am going to make today. And I do have experience making these because I did make one of these for my bee tier tray 2 years ago. I used a metal bucket with that one, but I like this method a little bit better. Now, I know that hot glue likes to melt like the styrofoam, but I'm just going to work quickly with this, so I didn't really worry about it too much. I am just going to go ahead and do a bead of hot glue along the bottom and just making that kind of flush with the bottom of the skep. Then I'm going to keep gluing that around. I want to add glue to the foam and the rope below it. That way you can't see the green foam through the different pieces of rope. And also I want it to stay close and tight to that foam shape to kind of give me that like cone shape that a bee skep has. I remember researching these when I did the tier tray, and so I think I'm pretty familiar with kind of how they look. Now, when you run out of foam, what you're going to do is just hot glue it to the rope below it. And I'm kind of moving in a little bit each time I do it to kind of make it a little bit skinnier. And I'm going to keep doing that until I taper it off the top. It's going to kind of give me like a dome shape for this little bee skep. And one package of rope is just not going to be enough for this one. So I'm going to go ahead and finish off this package. Again, every time I'm gluing it on the one below it, and I go a little bit more towards the inside, making the circle a little skinnier. So I did have a scrap piece of this that's going to be perfect to finish this off. I can just make where I start and stop in the back. But I do need like a little loop for the top of my skep, so I just cut a piece of rope off now. I'm going to kind of glue it in there, but I'm going to probably wiggle that around a little bit. But that's what we have so far for our little bee skep. And we're going to start right where we left off here. And just keep gluing that rope all the way around until it fills up that entire circle, kind of encasing that little loop in the top, which is kind of like a little like loop thing that you can use to pick the skep up, or like a hanger of some kind. I think it's to pick them up. And just gluing it tighter and tighter. And then once I get it pretty good and filled in, I can just cut my rope down to size and just finish gluing that down. The shape kept pretty well, even though I didn't have anything inside of it for like the top part. I did a pretty good job of gluing them together, so the shape is pretty good. I do want to clean it up a little bit now though, so I'm going to use my heat gun to try to like melt like any hot glue that I have that might be visible, since I did use a lot of hot glue on the rope. I also want to burn off all of the fuzzy, so I'm just going to go in with like a long lighter and just kind of burn off any imperfections that I see that are kind of sticking out. It's just going to clean it up. I always like to do that when I work with a rope project. I think that it just makes them look nicer. So that looks pretty good. Now the only thing I need to do on this still is to make like a little opening, a little hole in the front of the skep. And those are usually black. I'm just kind of working on my shape right there. I'm pretty happy with it. Now I was thinking if I wanted to attach like black fabric circle or something to the front, but I thought, you know, rope paints pretty well, so I'm just going to use black acrylic paint. I think that's going to be the easiest method to do this. So I'm just going to take a tiny brush from the Dollar Tree and some black acrylic paint, and right in the middle, we're just going to kind of start painting a circle. And don't worry if it's not perfect. You can just make your circle a little bit bigger if you need to until it like looks really good for you. So I kind of add to mine to kind of make it look a little bit more symmetrical. And it actually turned out to be just about the right size. And I'm really glad I did that method. I think that worked better than what I did before. Now I thought it would be cute to add a few more details, and I do have a few of those little wooden bees left over from the Dollar Tree. I didn't think the sticker would stick too well to the rope though, so I'm just going to use hot glue and gluing those kind of coming in and out of the little bee scab. Such a fun DIY, and I really loved how this bee-themed coffee bar came together. I will give you a little preview of what it all looks like together, but here is the little bee scab. Now, my bee DIY videos always do so well, so I did do another bee DIY video too, and your favorite DIY from that one is coming right up. It is going to be my little bee wreath DIY. But here is my coffee bar, so cute for spring. Okay guys, check out this cute little bee wreath form. My Dollar Tree's just got this in. I've never seen this before. Now the only thing I didn't like about it is I'm like, why is it red? I'm gonna have a really hard time covering this. If it were black or gold, it would go with like bee colors, but why red? No idea. So I'm going to use spray paint. I never use spray paint, but for this application, I totally need to. So I go outside with my black spray paint and I just give it a nice coat of black on the top and the bottom. Just because if you see any of that frame, at the end, the red would really stand out. It's not going to go with my bee colors, right? So I want to cover the back parts of this with, you know, different fabrics that would be really pretty. And so I picked up some bright yellow craft fabric from the Dollar Tree. I thought that would be perfect for like the bee body and for the bee head. So just using a Sharpie, I'm going to draw on the outside of the wires so I will be able to cut this down to size because I'm going to have wings right next to it and then the head as well. That way none of my fabric is going to overlap. I have to get it cut pretty exactly what I need to go on the back, but just enough overlap to be able to glue that to the wire of the bee wreath form. And I love the bee wreath form. Honestly, I've never seen this before. I don't know if it's a new product, but I thought it was kind of interesting that they just now got it in. And I'm just going to cut those all down, just cutting along the little Sharpie lines. And good news, 2 of my Dollar Trees have put the $3 and $5 stuff in their freezer sections and it says Dollar Tree Plus. So I keep asking them, are you guys turning into a Dollar Tree Plus? And nobody knows, but I'm hopeful because I really want a Dollar Tree Plus. Now, this is the excess fabric that we had left over from our little beehive, the little burlap with the little daisies all over. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to cut out each wing by going on the outside of the wire so I can cut that down to size. I thought at first I wanted to do burlap wings, but I thought that the addition of the flowers would make my bees and flower theme. I thought at first it was going to be too busy because I am going to make like the bees striped. But oh my gosh, it turned out so cute. I'm so glad that I chose to do the flowers. So once I got them all sketched out and everything cut out, I thought the bee abdomen definitely needed stripes to make it look like a bee. Now the only black ribbon that I could find at my Dollar Tree is this black sheer ribbon. Normally, don't like it. I try to avoid it, but for this, it kind of turned out pretty cool. So I'm going to use like a layer of Mod Podge, a stripe of Mod Podge, and just sit that on top. I did find it was a little hard to get it attached, maybe the texture or the material of the ribbon. So I do go over it with a little Mod Podge as well on top. And then I'm just going to do little stripes all the way down. As you can see, it kind of just, it's real kind of glossy. So I do Mod Podge a little on top as well. That's going to dry clear. You won't be able to see it. But that sheer on top of the yellow just gave it a very like subtle, like dirt gray stripe instead of like a bright black stripe. So I'm glad that it was sheer. And I'm just overlapping the sides. I can always trim down the excess later. I'm just trying to get it all glued down. And I'm just kind of eyeballing the spacing between the stripes. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then I'm going to leave the head just yellow and then have like the bee body be striped. This is when I was like, oh, the stripes and the flowers, it's going to be too busy. But I can't wait for you guys to see it. It turned out so cute together. I think this might be my favorite DIY today. So then once I get them all glued down, I'm going to simply cut off all the excess ribbon, trimming it down to size, because again, you're not going to want any overlap because you're going to have like wings and stuff like right next to it. But you just want it to be wide enough to be able to be glued to that wire reform without any excess. So here it is, lining that up to see if it's going to work, and it looks like it's pretty good. And then we can start putting this guy together. I'm just going to randomly start with the head part and just do a small bead of hot glue all along the edges and then glue that to the frame. Now, it's okay that you can kind of see my Sharpie, you can kind of see some of the glue, because we're going to frame the entire bee out with Dollar Tree rope. Now we're going to do the same thing here with the bee body, just working quickly. I'm going to do a bead of hot glue all along every edge. And then lay that on there. Making sure it's all lined up and that every wire side is attached. Now we're going to do the same thing with the bees. I find that the burlap wanted to curl up a little bit, so kind of trying to hold it flat. Again, maybe I should have ironed it. I wasn't sure how the flowers on there would do with ironing, but I was able to glue it on there pretty good. I cut these out maybe a little bit larger because the wings have 2 rows of metal, so I can have a little bit more of an overlap and it's not going to cause any issues with the adjoining sections. So again, the little burlap wing, and we're going to glue that on to that first row of metal reform. You can kind of start seeing the vision of this guy. And now this is the rope that we're going to use. It is, I think, the 8-foot Dollar Tree rope. It was the perfect width for this because what we're going to do is we're going to go around all of the single wires once with it, and then where it's doubled up, we can double it up. There's plenty of room. I'm going to start like on the bottom of the little bee head, and we're going to circle around, just working one section at a time, making sure that I cover up like all my Sharpie, all the metal, any hot glue, anything that was exposed. It covers up everything, cutting it down to size and gluing that around the little bee head. Now, I thought the antennae were cute as is, and I painted them black, so I'm going to leave them because that would look like an antenna. And then we're going to go around. The only tricky part of the wings is right here in the middle. You do kind of have to pinch that because you're not going to have a lot of room. And then glue that down. And then go around with our second row. So I'm just kind of working one section at a time on this. And isn't it cute? Again, this little area there was a little tricky. I just kind of get it in there as much as I can. Kind of hot glue that as tight of a corner as I can. And then hot glue that around. And now we can frame out the other side as well. I did outside first on this one, inside first on the other one. Doesn't really matter. You're just gluing it down to the metal. Actually, the outside first may have worked better for that tricky little corner there in the middle of the wing. And if you find there's any gapping, like I had right there between the 2 ropes, you can always just glue them to each other because you don't want anything to show in between. Super cute. And now we can do like the bee body with just 1 row of rope. Just working around the little stinger at the end, cutting it down to size and gluing it down. So cute. I just have to get rid of any excess hot glue. And then I'm going to carefully try to burn off any of my fuzzies from the rope. Don't want to burn any of the fabric that we put in there. But how cute is this bee? I thought about attaching a hanger, but I thought I would kind of want to hang it at a like diagonal like it's flying anyway, and I thought the little antennas would be perfect for hanging, and so I really don't need to do anything else to it. There it is. And see, it's really not too busy because the rope really is very neutral and kind of takes it down a notch, but I think the different patterns work really well together. What do you guys think? I love it. I think it is so cute. This was definitely one of your favorite bee DIYs that I did this year. Now, coming up next, we're going to switch seasons. We are going to go into summer DIYs. The first summer DIY video I did was a flamingo theme, and your all's favorite DIY from that was my pink flamingo wreath with a lei. So let's go to that. I wanted to do something fun with these two pink flamingos that I picked up at Dollar Tree the other day. So we're going to use one of these large wreath forms. This is the 18-inch from Dollar Tree. Some Dollar Tree zip ties and some Dollar Tree leis. I picked the pink and white flowers because I didn't really want the yellow. Some of them have like a yellow center in there. I really just wanted the pink and white colors. And I wanted to make a really nice large wreath for my front door for summer. So I thought zip ties would be the easiest way to do it. And we can zip tie the leis on. I bought a total of 5 of these, but I only ended up needing 4. And, you know, that's a pretty big wreath form. So I kind of just want to, instead of wrapping it, just string it around the circles that are already on the wreath, right? And so I start by stringing them together. So I cut this one in half, and then I'm careful to hold one end of it, but you're going to have to sacrifice a few of the flowers on there. But I am just tying off one end so that it does not fall apart on me. I didn't think the string on there would be quite strong enough, so I did tie a little twine on the end too, and that seemed to help. Because I want to take all 4 of these leis and string them all together. Now, when you cut them apart, you have 2 ends. You're going to have to, you know, take some flowers off so that you have enough string to tie them together. I did notice after I was done, there were some places, you know, where they had tied the lei that might have a little bit more string available. So you could look for that part when you're cutting it too. But I'm just cutting them, tying them together, making sure they still have like that little white plastic spacer piece in between them so they'll stay properly spaced. But I definitely don't want to restring these. I want to kind of use the original structure as much as I can. And I want to make a really large, like pink and white, like floral, tropical wreath, and then decorate it with those little plastic pink flamingos. And I do have a couple of wreath ideas for you today. We're going to be doing wreaths, front porch. We're going to be doing tier tray DIYs, all kinds of stuff today. So I tied some twine on the end of this end too to make sure that it stays. That is all 4. And I went back and counted to make sure because I wanted to make sure that you had enough if you were going to buy some for this. Now I just take a zip tie, and on the first one, I just kind of zip tie it at the end of a section there. No real plan on that one. But on the next one, I wait till I get past the next crossbar. We're doing the outer one first here. And then I zip tie it there. That'll keep it in place. And so I continue doing that all the way around the outer circle on there. I kind of feel where one of those little white plastic pieces would be and make sure it is past the little crossbar. That way with just tension, it's going to kind of keep it in place. And just doing one section at a time so you still get that nice round shape, even though I'm like not wiring it to it or anything. And I think zip tie is probably the easiest way to do that. I did use some wire on my other wreath I do today, and I think zip ties are always the easier way. So for this second row, you're actually going to have a crossbar because it kind of comes to a T, right? So I took advantage of that and I just zip tied to the crossbar for the second row. And I do that all the way across, not all of them. And that will totally keep that one in place. And again, just kind of, you know, feeling for the next white bar, not stretching it or anything like that, but you know, it's a little flexible, like which way. You can have a little slack in it, and since it's supposed to be like that circle shape, it's still gonna look good. So I do that all the way around the second row, and it's starting to look fuller. And then we can go in and start working on this third row. Now, this is kind of like the outer circle that I did, where I just kind of go past the little crossbar and do the zip tie there to keep it in place. And then I was really excited to see that 4 of these lays was actually perfect. Like it went around all 3 of the rows of the wreath and ended up at a perfect spot. I didn't have to cut it or anything. And I'm not going to add like a hanger or anything to this. I'm going to kind of just use the structure of the wreath form for that. But if you needed one, it would be simple enough to add a hanger to this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I counted my packages to make sure. And I have 1 extra to do something else with. Now, these are just the Dollar Tree pink flamingos. I love these. I have to buy them every year when I see them. And I got 2. I got 1 for each side. I thought one kind of up, one kind of down would be great. But I want to kind of give them a makeover, of course. They do have holes here in their necks where the legs were sticking out. And so I just go in with spackle first just to fill that up because I was afraid you would be able to see that. The holes for the legs, I ended up using that for a little bit of structure. But they're pink and they're cute, but I just decided to grab all of my pinks. No rhyme or reason. I just wanted different shades of pink, and I wanted to see if I could paint these to make them just look a little bit better. They have an amazing texture on them, but you know, most flamingos have like all different kinds of shades of pink in their feathers and stuff like that. So I'm just distressing with a chunky brush from the Dollar Tree, and I really want to do one side on that one, but I also kind of wrap it around the back a little bit just because I don't want it to be obvious. The back is just plain pink. And then I do the same thing here on the other one. And this color was like salmon, I believe, and it looked really nice combined with that pink color. I'm gonna paint the beaks on these too. I wanted these little flamingos to look like American flamingos, the kind that we used to have in Florida. Every now and then people still spot them. I would love to be one of those people that spot them. We used to go to Ding Darling over in Sanibel, and somebody had spotted them there when we'd went one time, and I was so excited. I wanted to catch one so bad and spy a flamingo. That would be so exciting. They're like my favorite. The only thing I see that's pink around here, though, is the roseate spoonbills, but I love those too. And so I just keep going in with different colors, just distressing a little bit here and there. And then the American flamingo does not have like the orange part of the beak. They have like a light pink and white, and then the black part. And I thought that might look better with my all pink wreath. Make them a little bit less colorful with that orange yellow beak. So I just paint that part like my lightest color of pink that I could find. And now for the eyes. I thought the eyes were a little bit undersized on these. And so I'm going to try to fix that with a little bit of paint. First, I decided to go in with a white paint pen. I wasn't thrilled with how that was working though. So I do go back with just some white acrylic and a tiny brush. I found that to be a little bit easier. And I just fill in the entire eye socket. And then the original eye, I can just kind of make the pupil of the eye. And that worked way better. So painted those white, and now we need a little black. I also need to add black to the tip of the beaks. So, you know, this one's like about a third of the bottom of the beak. I just paint that black all the way around. And I think they look cool like this. I mean, you could also add a little bit of the white above that too. But just an easy little makeover. When I turn them over to the other side of pink, you can really tell the different shades on this side. It looks really cool. And then just a little dot for the eye on both sides. And I think those look really cool. Now I just have to figure out a way to try to attach these plastic flamingos to the wreath. They already have the 2 holes in the bottom, 4 legs, so I thought some wire might work. This is that black wire from the hardware section at Dollar Tree. And it's a pretty thin wire, and this was not the easiest. Trying to get it like one hole over to the other one. It might be easier to like use like a needle and twine or something like that. I don't know. I mean, on the other wreath I'm gonna do, I do it with twine, but I thought wire might be a little bit sturdier since this is gonna be on my front door. But I try at first just to attach my flamingos to the wreath form with just the bottom one. I do have to go back and add a little bit more reinforcement to that, but what I do is I just kind of tie it around like the middle wire of the wreath form where I want it to be. And this wire is so thin that you can kind of just tie it like literally in a knot like that, right? And kind of push the excess wire to the back out of the way and make sure that is wired tightly to it. And then I go ahead and do the same thing on the other side. Now I get two flamingos that are kind of attached at the bottom, but they're not really attached at the top. So I figured that worked good though, so maybe I could just poke some holes in it. These little plastic flamingos from the Dollar Tree are really thin, and so I don't even know what this tool is called, but I got it at the Crafter Square at Dollar Tree, and it's got these like little metal balls on the end of it, and I found that was perfect. I just pushed it like literally through the plastic, two holes next to each other, similar to the holes before. And then I have to try my best to string the wire through this as well. It's harder than you think it would be, but it did work. And then I'm gonna wire that to the middle wire like I did before and twist it on the back to make sure that is nice and tight. And I don't think that these little flamingos are going to be going anywhere. I just love the colors on this. It's so pretty. My husband said, "Oh, that's really pink." And my son was like, "Oh, it is so pink. It's wonderful." So I love pink, so I think it's wonderful. So I just poked a couple holes here on the other side too. And then I'm going to wire this one to this side. So I do have one, a little higher than the other side, but otherwise just one on each side. And I was actually at like an antique mall today, and I found a bunch of pink flamingos, and I'm like, oh, they have different sizes pink flamingos. They had like larger ones, smaller ones, and they were so expensive compared to $1.25 for these from the Dollar Tree, and they're a good size too. And putting them on a wreath like this is super fun and whimsical. You don't have to worry about the legs at all, but I thought it needed a little bit more fun, more tropical vibe, right? So I found this hibiscus garland at the Dollar Tree, and I'm just gonna pick 3 of the bright pink flowers off. These are so pretty, and I have hibiscus in my front yard. I have yellow ones, so this is gonna be a nice contrast. I love the hibiscus trees. Even when I lived in colder areas of the country, I always tried to at least have those, bring them inside in the winter, but I love being able to have them outside here too. And then this is just a greenery that I picked up at Dollar Tree too. It's like a fern, right? Like a garland. And so I'm just pulling the leaves off and just kind of gluing those. I thought we would need maybe 2 or 3 going out in each direction. And I like to work with odd numbers, so I'm going to do like 3 of the hibiscus flowers. And I'm just kind of focusing on this side over here underneath this flamingo. And I decided I needed a few more ferns, so I'm going to go back and add like 1 more to each side. And I'm just using hot glue for this step. But I think it's so tropical. This would be great for summer, which is what I'm using it for. It would also be great for like a luau party or whatever you've got going on this summer. I need to do a luau video. Some of my luau DIYs are some of y'all's favorite DIYs, and they're so fun to do. So this is it, our little pink flamingo wreath. I think it just screams fun. It screams summer. I think it's really pretty. What do you guys think about my first flamingo DIY? I love it. I think it's so festive. Now, my next DIY video for summer was a camping theme, and your all's favorite DIY from that video was my little camper DIY. I had so much fun putting this one together. Let's get started with our first camping DIY. I just picked up this little camper 4th of July sign at Dollar Tree. I notice a lot of my Dollar Trees still have a little bit of 4th of July stuff left, but I think they have these for a lot of seasons, so you might just have one already too. I want to save the little galvanized metal door on here because that's super cute. But I thought we could remake this little camper and make it really cute. I want like lots of soft colors and textures and stuff on there to really make this like, old-fashioned camper special. So that was really glued on there. They used a ton of hot glue, maybe because it's metal. So I'm going to use some thick things to cover it. So it doesn't really matter that there's kind of a glue mess left behind. If you're using like thinner paper, you might want to cover the back of this instead. But I'm going to use thick things like this little hand towel from the Dollar Tree. It is like a mint green color, like a light blue, and kind of, that pretty beachy color I like. But I think it's great for camping too, because it's kind of a little bit more green, I guess. And I thought I would cover the top part of the camper with that, where it is like blue right now. So I'm just going to lay this out. It's plenty big enough between the little stripes on the hand towel. I don't really want to include those in the design, so I put little lines on the back of my camper so I could line that up perfectly and then just draw that on the back with a fine tip Sharpie so I'll know where to cut that out. And I just simply cut that. I left the seam there on the side because I thought that would be a nice transition between the top and the bottom of the camper. So I just cut that piece out. It's a little wrinkled, but I think once I glue it down, it will be fine. So that's half my camper. I think that's going to provide like lots of great texture. Then I thought I'd use one of these Dollar Tree burlap bags for the bottom part. It's not quite big enough, but we're going to make it work. So I'm going to kind of cut around the sides so I have that whole panel, and also remove the straps because I'm going to need every bit of this. I didn't really want to damage the burlap, so I just cut the strings just to cut the straps off. And this won't fit like straight across on here. It's not large enough, but if I get creative and like turn it like this maybe, it will cover the bottom half. But as you can see, even though that's coated with like a plastic coating on the back of that burlap, you can still kind of see through it. So I will have to paint the camper first so that you won't be able to see that through it. So I just sit that on the inside and just again using a Sharpie, kind of draw the shape of the camper where I need to cut that out. And as you can see, I'm using every bit, every single bit of this burlap. You could also do this with burlap. I really like crafting with these bags though, because it's like this finished burlap. There's like no fraying. It's super easy to cut and DIY with. And it looks nice too. So I cut out the bottom section. I don't want the tire to be covered in burlap, so I just cut that part off when I was cutting the little piece out. And now I need to cut out like the entire area where there's a tire. Since I can see through it, I'm just going to use a Sharpie, kind of draw where that tire is. And then just kind of cut on the outside of that to try to cut all of that part off. So we have like the little mint green towel for the top, the burlap for the bottom, but again, you could see through the burlap. So I'm just going to go ahead and do a coat of white acrylic over everything. I'm not too worried about that hot glue and stuff that's left on there from before. I don't think you're going to be able to see it in the end since I'm covering it with some nice thick fabrics. So once I paint that white, I do kind of need to go back and paint my tire back on. And so I just use a black paint pen, and you can kind of tell where it used to be. And I'm just going to draw my black tire back on there. I didn't really mind the way it was before. It did have glitter in the middle though, and I really don't want any glitter at all on here. So I just paint that over and I will cover that part of the tire later with something else. Just touching up the little hitch, trailer, and the tire again with some black. And then I go over the bottom half of the camper with a rather thick layer of Mod Podge. We're going to stick on that burlap from the burlap bag. And if you've ever worked with that burlap before, it has like a plastic coating on the inside. So I think I need quite a bit, but it kind of helps because it doesn't really soak through the burlap. And so you don't really get any like glue stains or anything like that on the cloth of the burlap. My tire was a little small, so I'm going to touch that up a little bit. And then we can attach the towel here to the top part. And I love these colors together. They're very soft. I think they go with camping, but they also match my like coastal farmhouse decor in my house. This is nice and thick, so I can use hot glue on this for sure. And so I just do like 3 rows of hot glue, and I'm going to overlap that on the burlap since I have that nice straight seam from the edge of the little hand towel. So I get that on there, just smooth that out. It glued down great. It didn't soak through at all the fabric. And now we can add like some details to make this look like a camper again. I'm going to make this a hanging sign, but this would be a great like stand-up sign as well for your decor. This would be really cute to decorate a camper with too. I'm going to glue back on the little galvanized metal door that was on there before, kind of like right about here. That way the entire window will be that bluish green color. And that's about where the door of the camper would go. Be careful if you're using hot glue though, because that metal does get hot. For the window, I'm going to use just one of those little wood dominoes from the Dollar Tree. They have a great wood back on them. And I am just going to stain mine with some Antique Wax by Waverly. Kind of give it a natural look rather than leaving it. I don't want like really any bright colors on this. I really want like lots of greens and browns and metal. And then I'm going to just use my white paint pen just to kind of draw on the window on there so you can kind of tell what it's supposed to be. So I just draw like a rectangle for the window and then kind of make it like a little sliding glass window maybe like that. And then to kind of give the illusion that it's glass, I'm going to do just some straight lines, little glass lines on there, just to give it a little bit of detail. And then I'm just going to attach the little domino right about here to give it a window. And you could use, you know, like a ruler or any kind of wood cut down small enough for that. But I thought the little domino was the perfect size. It's looking really cute. I didn't really like the glitter on the tire, so I thought I would use like one of these little circle puzzle pieces from this little puzzle from the toy aisle at the Dollar Tree. I like to pick these up for the shapes because you can use them for crafting a lot. This one's green, and I kind of want it to be more of the color of the towel that we used. So I'm going to mix a couple of colors together to get that. I think I mixed Cloudless together with like an ivory color. I just kind of want like a very soft, like mint green color. And I just paint the top and the sides of that. And it's small enough, I think I can put that on for like a hubcap on the side of the tire. And I'm just going to attach that with hot glue over that little glitter area there and kind of center that on my tire. Once I got it on there, I decided I kind of wanted it to be distressed a little bit. And so I'm just going to use a dry chunky brush and a very light distressing with some Antique Wax by Waverly. Kind of give it a weathered look. And this camper is looking so cute. I thought that I would just make this a hanging sign. They had it stapled on the back before, so I'm going to kind of do the same thing. I just knot some Dollar Tree twine and staple it kind of about the same area that they had it. You could also add, you know, some blocks to the back of this if you wanted to stand yours up. It'd be super cute either way. And just trimming that off on the back. It's a nice thick sign, this camper from the 4th of July aisle at Dollar Tree. So it's great for because you can staple all the way through it and not worry about going all the way through like on the thin signs. Now, I thought the perfect final touch for our little camper would be a little pennant banner. And so I decided to use some of the scrap burlap from that bag that we cut down to cover the camper. And so I just cut a strip of that and then just go back and forth cutting little tiny triangles out. And we can make a little tiny pennant banner. So easy, but I think it's going to add the perfect final touch to this summer camper DIY. And I was inspired to do a camping video because we're actually going camping this week. So I think that's super exciting. So I thought I should decorate for it, right? I do like to decorate around the campsite. We are tent campers. And we like to rough it. Well, we don't have a camper. Otherwise, we would probably be campers. But I do like to decorate my campsite a little bit, but I also like to try to pack light and keep it practical. But you know, I can't resist. And I am actually going to do a couple of little Dollar Tree hacks today for things that we're going to take on our camping trip. So I just hot glued all of the little pieces of burlap, the little pennants, just to some Dollar Tree twine. I like to do odd numbers, so I did like a total of 5, and I'm just going to drape it over the top of the camper like this. And then just attach the twine to the back with a little bit of hot glue. Let it dangle down. They don't all want to go the right direction, so I do glue one of them down, but otherwise I just kind of leave it like kind of free hanging to give it that little pennant banner effect. Isn't this adorable? I think it looks so much cuter than it did before, and I'm so glad that I decided to DIY my own little camper. I'm going to show you what it looks like hanging up. This is how it looks hanging up. This would be really cute hanging in a camper, wouldn't it? If you knew somebody that had a camper, this would be a great gift idea as well, I think. Or you could decorate your own with it. Or I'm just going to use mine to decorate for summertime. You know, we have this period here between 4th of July and fall. I need a little decor in my entryway. And look how cute it is if you kind of display it with one of those little Dollar Tree black lanterns. I love it. Hey guys, I wanted to take a quick moment, let you know about my private Facebook group. I always have it linked below. And I'm on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Pinterest at Crafty Beach on YouTube. Now we're going to switch it up to lemons. For summer, I did a lemon coffee bar, and this was your favorite DIY from the lemon video. Okay, the next DIY, check out this adorable tier tray that I found at Target Dollar Spot. A couple of weeks ago, it was $5, and I saw this and I thought, this needs to be like a lemon stand or a lemonade stand or something like that. And that is exactly what we're going to do. Instead of a lemonade stand, I want to make mine into a lemon stand. Like we're selling lemons, because I got a lemon theme going on. And I was trying to think of something that would make little small like crates for lemons from the Dollar Tree. And this is about as close as I could find. These little pallet signs from Dollar Tree, 2 of them are going to be a little wider than I need, but I think that's okay. We're going to be able to make that work. Now, I do need an opening, though, to put the lemons in there, so I'm just going to pop the middle board off, I guess, of the bottom on each one, and it's going to, give us 2 little crate boxes on each side that we could fill in with lemons. Now, when I popped that off, I did notice there were, like, little staple nails or whatever poking out a tiny bit. So I'm just going to pull those out. I don't know why my pliers are so rusty. I find every single time I buy new tools, somebody like leaves them out in the rain, which it's raining like every day constantly here in Florida right now. Now I'm going to glue the 2 pieces together with a little bit of hot glue like that to make one crate. And I thought that would be perfect for the top shelf, like that. But I also wanted to stand up in the back so that you can see the product, kind of have it at an angle because the tier tray itself was kind of flat. So to do that, I thought we would just make little legs with those little tiny Jenga blocks from Dollar Tree. I'm just going to glue a total of 3 of those to the back and just make 3 little legs. That's going to make it stand up in the back, but be lower in the front. So kind of like a little ramp. But we're just going to leave this the natural wood. I think that looks like, wood crates that you would see like lemons displayed in. Just checking to make sure it's gonna fit. It's a little large, but it's definitely fits. Now for lemons. I picked up some of this Model Magic in yellow so we can DIY our own little lemons. You can get this at Dollar Tree, but it's kind of hit or miss for me. I have a little bit more luck finding this at Dollar General, and it's only $1 there, so it's 25 cents cheaper too. Whenever I see it at Dollar Tree or Dollar General, I always try to pick these up in all different colors because look how easy it is to make stuff with them. To make the lemon, I just take a little tiny piece, roll it into a ball, and then pinch one end into like a slight point, right? To make little lemons, just like that. And I thought we would fill like all of the little bins up with lemons for our little lemon store. And then I thought, you know, I probably should hot glue them in. That way it will all stay together. I would love to reuse this tier tray, so I don't want to make anything really permanent on that. But this shelf can definitely have some permanent little lemons in there. The great thing about this Model Magic is so easy to mold, but then it dries hard. I've made like sea creatures. I've made all different kinds of stuff with this. I made a mermaid. It's really fun to work with. It's just kind of like Play-Doh when you're a kid, right? And I'm just going to keep going. Might as well use the whole package since I opened it up of the yellow Model Magic. And so I just keep making lemons and gluing them in any of the openings. And then for like the bottom shelf of the tier tray, I thought we would just make a sign, like a sign that you would have displaying like lemons, how much they cost and stuff like that to fill it all up. And this is probably my favorite DIY today. It turned out so stinking cute. So there's our lemons ready for sale. And now I thought we would use this little wood palette sign for the sign on the front. I thought that would be really cute. It fits perfectly. But I wanted to decorate it a little bit to kind of make it go with our theme. So I'm going to use that same blue cloudless acrylic paint from Walmart on the front of it that we used for the coffee bar sign for the top. To kind of tie it in together, bring more blue into it. I do have to kind of switch to a brush to kind of get in there to the back panels on that for my second coat. And then I am just going to use one of those little lemon pieces. These are from the summer section at Dollar Tree right now. You get like 2 lemons, 2 oranges, 2 watermelons, I think, in each package. And they're so cute. Look how perfect this is for a lemon DIY. And it's just the right size to go on the front of the sign. So I thought, you know, I might as well just use it to make a sign for the front of it. So I'm going to use my favorite white paint pen, and I'm just going to put lemons, kind of freehand it here on the top of my lemon. Then I was trying to decide how much should I make these. Then I was like, they're like 92 cents right now at my grocery store. I just looked. But we're going to have a sale. Lemons 50 cents. Everything's so expensive. Food. Stop it, right? And I think that looks really cute. And how easy was that to make a sign? I'm going to hot glue that to the front of the little palette sign here. And that's really all it takes to make a little sign for the front of this tier tray. I love it. And I definitely could not pass that tier tray by. I'm like, I'm going to do something with that with lemons. I know I will. And I'm so glad that I picked it up. I think it looks really cute as is, but you know your girl's going to distress it, right? So I'm going to take just a little bit of white and just do a light distress over everything, the lemon and the blue part, just to kind of go with my vibe. Totally optional. And this is just the right size to fit on the front of the tier tray. I am going to have to use a little bit of hot glue just to make sure that it stays in place though. There's like 4 like contact points between the shelves on the tier tray and my little sign. So I just do a dot of hot glue on all 4 of those, line that up and let that dry so that it will stay on there. And hopefully I can pop that off if I want to reuse this tier tray in the future, because how cute is the tier tray? I love it. And here are our lemons. Slide that right in. And we have a little lemon market for my coffee bar, and I'm in love with this. I can't wait for everybody to see this. It's so cute. And this is how it turned out. Isn't it adorable? Just using a $5 tier tray from Target and some items from the Dollar Tree. And I'll give you a little look at how my lemon coffee bar turned out for summer as well. And then up next, I'm going to kind of stick with the fruit theme. For summer, I did a watermelon DIY video. And your all's favorite DIY from the watermelon DIY video was these watermelon coasters. Okay, next DIY, I picked up some of these little wood slices at Dollar Tree. You get 2 in a package, and I thought we could make these into little watermelon coasters. So this craft is going to be both cute and practical, and I needed some coasters for the summer, so I thought this would be perfect. Now, painting a watermelon is so easy. Let me show you. I just start with red. I think this is fire red or bright red. And I am just going around in a circle. I don't want to fill up the entire coaster because I want to be able to do like the edges of the watermelon too. And it doesn't have to be a perfect circle because a watermelon's not going to be a perfect size, right? And so I do that on both of them. And I just used a small brush so that I can kind of have a little bit of control when I'm going around the edges. I want to leave maybe a 1/2 inch of that exposed wood there for me to decorate even more. So I'm going to use that same Christmas green acrylic color that we used before. And I'm going to go around and paint all that area that we left. I will do some more transition and colors on this, but I want basically the outside of this to look like the outside of a watermelon. So as you can see, I'm not only painting the top, I'm also painting the sides of the little coaster too. And you know, I've used these for different DIYs, but I haven't made coasters for them, but they cannot be any more perfect for coasters. They're just the right size and shape. So hopefully they will work out well. I have lots of practical DIYs today for these watermelon DIYs, as you'll see, that you can use around your home this summer. So once I got that all green, I'm going to go in like the area in between the red and green. They're kind of looking like Christmas colors right now, aren't they? And I am using this color, which is like that leaf green color, and a tiny brush, and I'm just dotting that all the way around that border. I just kind of wanted a regular tiny line of like maybe a lighter green color in there, just to make them a little bit more colorful too. Once I get that dry, I go in with some white acrylic, and then I'm going to do like an inner edge to that even, just to make them have a little bit more color. And I'm just doing the same thing I did with the green. I'm just using a tiny brush from the Dollar Tree and dotting that all the way around. So I'm going to do the same thing here on the other one. Just dotting the white all the way around. And like the little watermelon pot that we did before, I also want to do like the watermelon stripes on it. So I'm using that leafy green color again and a tiny brush to dot. And I'm doing it like on the top part of the coaster and down the sides because we painted the sides green too, remember? And just doing little watermelon stripes. And I want them to look kind of irregular. It's going to make it look more like a watermelon pattern. And then I'm going to go back and do the same thing here on the other one. For this one, since it's wood and we're painting it, it's going to be super easy to paint on the little watermelon seeds. And so that's what we're going to do. I started with a black paint pen. I don't know which I would recommend. I really like using black Sharpies for seeds, and I do go back with my black Sharpie and touch these up in a minute to kind of make them look a little bit more like seeds. But as you can see, I just kind of did one on the top, one on the bottom, one on each side, and then I kind of filled in one in between each one of those just to kind of keep my spacing right. Like that. I just found that my paint pen, it didn't have like a really fine tip on it, so it was kind of hard to get that like point shape up a little watermelon seed. And so I do go back with my Sharpie here and just kind of shape them up a little bit. Aren't they cute so far? Now I want to be able to use them for coasters, so we're going to have to seal them. So I'm going to use a little matte Mod Podge from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to go over the top of each one of those with a nice thick coat of Mod Podge. Once I got those dry, it dries nice and clear. I'm going to go over it with another coat because, you know, the cup's going to be wet and stuff like that. I don't want to cause any damage to my adorable little coasters. And these might be the cutest coasters that I've ever made. I love them. Look how cute they are. You could make like 4 of these and give these as a gift as well. That would be really fun. I love them. What do you guys think about our little coasters? I just love them. Now, I had so many watermelon DIY videos this summer that I had to split it up into 2 videos. So the next video is watermelon DIYs as well. And your all's favorite DIY from that was my little watermelon basket DIY. Okay, up next, I wanted to make a little watermelon basket. This one is actually from the Shore Living line at Dollar Tree, but they also have these in their regular aisle at some of my Dollar Trees too, in different colors, and it doesn't really matter what color they are. I was just looking for that oval shape because I wanted to make a little watermelon basket. So I'm just going to start by painting the inside of our basket like bright red. I think this is called fire red color. It can kind of really be any tone of red that you want for your watermelon. And I thought this would be a perfect size little basket to put in my entryway for summer, you know, for you to put your keys in, something little. You could always display this like on its side or use it on a tier tray too. That would be really cute. But I'm using a small brush because I don't want to cover the entire inside. I want to leave 2 rows without any red paint. So when I had like kind of the transition, because it's kind of wrapped, right? So it's wrapped on top of itself. I kind of had to be careful to try to keep allowing only 2 rows to be unpainted and kind of transition with that wrapping. But I used a brush too so that I could kind of get in all of the little cracks of the basket and make the inside of our watermelon red. And I want to paint the whole thing, make it look like a legit watermelon. So for the green part, I'm going to be using this color. It is Christmas green, I think. And it's kind of the darkest color green I had. And I'm going to skip a row and then do the top row in green. That way the rind will actually be like just the existing rope color to give it a little bit of a natural feel. But I just want that top one to be green, like the outside of the watermelon. This was so easy to do. It was basically all just painting, and it turned out so cute. So if you have some of these little baskets from the Dollar Tree, or you find some, this is a really great way of using it. So now that I got that painted, I can paint all of the outside of it. I want it to look like a finished product, so I'm going to paint the sides, but I'm also going to paint the bottom. So I'm going to kind of paint where I can get to it at this point. I had a lot of wet paint going on, and then just flip it over and paint all of it. I think a brush is key to get in between all the different pieces of rope fiber on there of the little basket. But you can totally use acrylic paint like this. You don't have to use chalk paint or anything like that. This actually painted really well. Now, I don't mind if little pieces of brown shows through. I think that gives it more of a natural feel. Then I kind of wanted it to have watermelon stripes. You know how like the watermelon has like the lighter color of green, like stripes going kind of lengthwise. So I thought we could try to simulate that with a brush. And this is a leaf green color, just a contrasting color. And I just kind of blot my brush like that, picking it up and blotting it back down, kind of giving it that watermelon like abnormal like pattern that they have on it. It's not perfect for sure. And then for the top, I wanted to bring some of that in too. So I just do little short stripes all the way around, just kind of by pulling the brush towards myself, just to make it a little bit more colorful. so cute. Now, the only thing we need are watermelon seeds. I didn't want to add actually like any paper or any kind of thing that was going to be sticking out of the basket. So I decided just to use a black Sharpie and just start drawing on seeds. I really want to only cover the bottom part of the basket with seeds, like the middle of the watermelon. And I'm using a Sharpie instead of a paint pen just because you don't get that bleeding and stuff like that. But at the same time, it wasn't real dark and black. So I did have to go over it a couple of times, trying to make my seeds a little bit bigger so that you could tell that they're there. But basically, that's all there is to it. We have a little watermelon basket for my keys, and I think it's so cute. Perfect for summer. Isn't it cute? I love it. And I was trying to think of something that was shaped like this that I could do something like this with, and a basket is perfect. This is how it kind of looks standing up on its side. If you wanted to display yours on a little plate rack or something like that, or on a tier tray, you could do that like that. Or what I'm probably going to do is just have mine flat so that I can put keys and stuff like that in there. And next we are going to switch to fall DIYs. My fall DIYs on my channel are always my most popular besides all of my beach coastal DIYs. So we're going to have lots of fall DIYs for you today. The first video was an easy fall DIY video where we did a macrame Dollar Tree DIY pumpkin. Okay, next DIY, I picked up this little pumpkin sign at the Dollar Tree the other day. It does have a little bump out autumnward. Unfortunately, it's like really just cardboard, so I don't think there's much luck on saving it. I'm just gonna pop it off with heat and a putty knife. I just wanted this reform. It was just the right size for me. I don't really care about the image or anything that's on there because I wanted to do my own thing. I wanted to see what it would look like if I covered one of these pumpkins from the Dollar Tree with some of their new macrame cord. You guys know I love this. I've been crafting with this stuff all the time, and I thought maybe we could kind of get like the sweater look vibe on the front of this with the macrame cord, and so that's what we're going to try to do. Now this pumpkin has like 3 sections, so we're going to do like kind of one section at a time. I just start by hot gluing along the top of the pumpkin and then going around the outline of the pumpkin. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up doing like 3 ovals, which is going to cover the whole pumpkin. So I'm going to just get started with the left side. I put down like a whole bunch of hot glue to try to speed me up, but honestly, I don't know if that really speeded me up or not, but you do kind of have to hot glue here and there to make sure it is going to be stuck to it. But I'm just going to repeat that same spiral pattern all the way on this section of the pumpkin until we fill the whole thing up. I've done something similar with the Dollar Tree like white nautical rope, like unwoven with other DIYs, and so I thought we could try to do this for a pumpkin, and I really love how this turned out. Now it is a lot of hot gluing, so be careful and don't burn yourself. And now I'm just going to start doing it here on the other side. They have some really cute fall decor items this year, even though my Dollar Tree by my house still doesn't have theirs out. They have like a little bit of Halloween, but all of it is still sitting in the boxes. I was about ready to pitch in and help them stock the shelves today just so I could see what they have. But some of the stuff is really cute. Some of the stuff like this one, I kind of wanted to remake. So now this middle section, I do want to go ahead and fill it in just so I have a flat surface to work with when I do my middle oval. So I just kind of had to get creative, almost doing like triangle shapes here at the top and the bottom, just to fill that all in. And then we can start with our third oval. I wanted this to be 3D, and I want this to be kind of overlapping the 2 ovals on the side. So I just start with a long piece in the middle, and then I'm starting from the inside outside on this one, hot gluing around until I go from the top to the bottom of the pumpkin, and you can already tell kind of how cool this looks. It is a little time consuming with the hot gluing, but really it's kind of a mindless crafting. You can get it done pretty easily. I think that looks pretty good. And then to finish it off, I thought we could use one of these like little leather tags. They did bring these back again this year for fall at Dollar Tree, and I love them. I thought we could do like the little harvest tag here. It's like a brown leather. It has a little strap. So we can kind of take advantage of that by actually just using that strap and using that to tie that right around the pumpkin. I think it totally goes with that like sweater vibe that I was going for. I'm just going to tack mine down with a little hot glue just to make sure that it stays in place. And this DIY is complete. I originally was going to paint it that same like honey kind of color, but I loved it with just the white macrame cord, and so I think I'll leave it just like that. I think it looks really cozy for fall. You could also try this with, you know, some of their colored macrame cord they have now, but I really like the wood stem, the brown leather combined with the white rope. Now, coming up next, I also did a burlap fall DIY video, and your all's favorite DIY from that video was my little burlap and succulent pumpkin DIY. Okay, the next DIY, we're going to DIY one of these Dollar Tree foam pumpkins. I always prefer the white ones. I find them kind of the hardest ones to find. Especially if I'm going to use something that you can kind of see through, which I am, because we're going to use burlap on this one. So what I do is I just pop off the foam stem, and then I'm just going to use my scissors to cut, you know, a fairly decent size hole here right in the top. And then we're going to use Dollar Tree burlap to wrap that. So I'm not going to iron in this one because I don't think it's really going to matter, because we're going to be wrapping it tight around this pumpkin anyway. You really kind of need a square, and the burlap is kind of a rectangle. So I was kind of seeing how much I could cut off of the burlap to save for later, and it was about this much. So I'm just going to try to cut a straight line here. This is what makes it easier to starch it, is when you go to try cutting it and it's all folded up on you. But we made it work. And now I have a square of burlap that we can cover that pumpkin. And I wanted to do a fun little burlap and succulent pumpkin with this DIY, and it was so easy to DIY. Now, as you can tell, the sides are a little short, but that's okay. I'm going to use my hot glue and just glue to the foam just as high as I can get it on both sides. And I'll have enough overlap from the other side to get that to cover. This side was kind of falling apart on me, but I kept trying and got it glued on there. Now this side's plenty long enough, and so I'm just gonna go ahead and start shoving that in the middle using my scissors. And I do that from both sides. And now we have like 4 little corners like sticking up. And that is what we're gonna use to cover the area that wasn't covered before. So I cut off any excess fabric because there's no need to like cram tons of fabric down inside of the pumpkin. You just need enough that's gonna get it to hold tight, and you want to grab it and, you know, kind of crease it where it'll sit nicely right against the sides of the pumpkin, and just put the rest of the material there in front. So I definitely trim off the excess fabric on all 4 sides, and when I'm doing this, I am making sure I'm trying to cover the bald spots. I don't really have to cover the bald spots on the very top though, because we're going to cover the top of this with succulents from the Dollar Tree. So this is my 4th and final side. Now I'm going to leave this as is, but you could also wrap it with like some twine if you want to get like each section of the pumpkin, you know, lineated, but I think it looks good enough. Now I picked out 3 of the different succulents from Dollar Tree. I picked out a blue one, kind of an ivory one, and kind of like a honey colored one. And I thought 3 of them would be perfect on top of this. Now these are all built different. This one didn't have a stem when I pulled it off. So I'm just going to use hot glue and glue that towards the back of that hole that we put all the excess fabric in. And the other 2 I have to kind of snip off the stems, because I'm going on top of the burlap, so I can't easily stick it through the foam. And so we're going to attach all 3 of them with hot glue. Just kind of having them overlap slightly. And it's just going to be a really fun look with a little succulent pumpkin. And I've actually made a whole pumpkin out of succulents. I'll have to post that DIY soon too. It turned out really cute. Now I think that looks really cute and decorative for the top of it. I did think it needed like a little bit more decoration though. So once I got all those on, I'll show you what it looks like. And then I'm going to add a little bit of Spanish moss. So it's looking pretty cute already. I think you can definitely tell that it was a pumpkin. And this is just Spanish moss from the Dollar Tree. I always try to save this if I can after I use it for a project. And I'm just going to take little tiny bunches of it and hot glue that to our burlap, just kind of coming out wherever the little succulents come together. If you had some succulents that like hang down a little bit, you can kind of use that as well, just to give it a little bit more decorative touch. Anywhere you kind of have a gap. I think that looks pretty good. I think this little DIY is ready to go. Isn't it cute? And it was so easy to make. I did a burlap DIY last year too of a pumpkin that I did the little jack-o'-lantern basket in between. So when you turn on the light inside, it glows a jack-o'-lantern face through the burlap. So that was a fun DIY as well for Halloween. I think this was so fun and so easy to do. Now, the next fall video I did was a Kirkland's dupe video where I tried to dupe Kirkland's fall items, and this was your very favorite fall Kirkland dupe DIY. Okay, the next dupe, I really liked this Friends and Family Gather Here porch easel. Now, I didn't really have anything from Dollar Tree to make something that would be on the scale for a porch easel, but I thought maybe we could try to make a smaller version of it. So this turned out fantastic. I think it was my favorite DIY today. So again, I'm going to use that same exact frame that we used before, the plastic wood one, but this time we're going to do kind of something completely different with it, but it looks so cool. So I chose to use this frame for this DIY because the back was already kind of messed up, and we are not going to need that at all anyway. This is going to provide like the external frame for the hanging sign. So I remove the glass and I remove all the little pins. Just be sure to bend those kind of back in place before you pull them out. You don't want your plastic cracking. And then I think this is a 10-inch piece of craft wood from the Dollar Tree, which I'm going to use for the stand on the bottom. And it actually ended up not being quite big enough. I did have to end up using 2 of those. So the first thing I'm going to do is I want to give the same exact finish to this frame that I did on the other frame. Again, I want it to look like driftwood. And so I'm going in first with the cashew and distressing all over just like we did before. It turned out so pretty. I really like that technique. And another really great color to use for driftwood is if you mix ivory together with Antique Wax by Waverly, but the cashew is pretty close, so I had it, so I used it. And I went ahead and just distressed all over the stand as well. Now, this I included because I wanted to show you guys that we all have like our massive craft fails. Will you look at how much Antique Wax by Waverly I spilt all over my... So much, but you know your girl is not going to be wasting all that Antique Wax by Waverly, right? So I scooped it all up and put it back in the container, but that's going to be the explanation of why my container is going to look like a hot mess now. So I thought that was kind of funny. So I left it in. I didn't want to cut it out. I'm sure you guys have all been there. So I distress all over on my frame with the Antique Wax by Waverly. And it was a little bit difficult because I wanted to get the same exact finish on the plastic frame and the real piece of wood that I am using for the base. So it took a few steps, but I'll show you how I got there. I think I got them pretty close because I want them to kind of blend in together and kind of look like one piece. So, you know, I had painted the top and the 2 sides. I'm not going to paint the bottom There's really no need. And then I went back into Distressed with Antique Wax by Waverly, but I found that it kind of made it really dark when I kind of blended it together. So I did have to come back with that cashew color and then come back with the Antique Wax by Waverly because I was trying to get like all the different colors of wood on this one. And I guess it is different how I'm finishing this one from the first one, because the first one, we added kind of more of that teddy bear color in there too. This one, we're just doing these two different colors. So I just kind of dry brushed and went back and forth until I thought it was going to look kind of similar enough to blend in for the base. And I think that looks pretty good. Now for the sign in between. The only thing I could find from the Dollar Tree that would fit in there was one of these little bamboo cutting boards from the kitchen section. So we are going to use this. It might be a little bit more heavy duty than you need. These signs are fantastic. But I'll show you how I make it work because it is kind of heavy. So I thought maybe you might be able to see the sides. So I just went over and distressed all of the sides with those same two colors, the cashew and the Antique Wax by Waverly, just now before I attached the image. And then I designed this image as well, and I gave my own Crafty Beach take on it. I made it a tiny bit larger than the cutting board, so if you're using the cutting board too, you'll just want to print this at 100%, and I'm sharing all of my files today. I made it a tiny bit larger so the pumpkin would kind of get cut off on the bottom. And this is how my design looks. I switched out the pumpkin for a blue pumpkin because it's going to go with my color scheme. I love a blue pumpkin. And then I use like the skinny font for friends and family, like the Ray Dunn font, just because I really like that one. And so I just cut it down to size, the same size as our little cutting board. And isn't it beautiful? I love this image. I did some like fall leaves behind it, kind of peeking out, kind of like they had on their original sign. So I'm just going to Mod Podge this image to it. And again, I used cardstock on this one just because I like to craft with it. I usually get like a whole ream of cardstock at Target. It's pretty inexpensive and it works great for crafting. So I did a nice coat of Mod Podge and then just laid that right on top and smoothed it out. Now, my camera did die here for a minute, so you are going to miss a couple of steps. I was drying it with my dryer. My camera turned off, so I had no idea. I guess I really need to set a timer for 30 minutes because that's when my camera cuts off, and that's so frustrating because it doesn't make any noise or anything, right? I am Mod Podging it and sealing it. And the step that you are going to miss here is I went in with like an X-Acto blade and a ruler, and I cut like little segments to make it look like little separate boards on the sign, kind of like what they had on their original one, and it provided a little bit of texture. And then I did a very light dry brush all over with that ivory paint just to make it look a tiny bit distressed. So those are the two things that you miss seeing me do, but hopefully we're good from here. Now I noticed that when I painted and distressed the sides, I got a little bit of paint on the back, and it's got this nice bamboo back. I don't really feel the need to paint that, so I'm just going to kind of sand off any of my excess paint there on the back. And then we need a way to hang it. I didn't really want to drill holes into this, so what I did is I just took some Dollar Tree twine, tied a knot, and stapled that to the back of my cutting board. And I'm going to do that on the other side as well. Because if you remember, the original like sign is like a hanging sign. And so it hangs by string. So I think that will work. And now it's a matter of putting this all together. The first step I want to do is I want to tie the sign to hang down inside of the frame. So I just kind of went under the frame and I'm bringing it through, and I'm just going to tie a knot here. It's kind of tricky to do because laying flat like that, you really don't know how low it's going to hang. So before you get too far with this process, you might want to test that out a little bit. I noticed mine looked pretty good here, but then when I tried to like stand it up, it did hang a little low, but I'll also show you what I did to fix that. And I just double knot that to make sure that's secure and kind of leaving it loose on the frame there at first where it can kind of move around a little bit. This is when I tested it and I realized it was a little low. So to fix it, I'm just going to kind of bring the knots up a little bit more on the back and attach that to the back of our frame just to kind of keep that in place. And you can do this step with hot glue. I have my staple gun right here, so I'm just going to kind of staple into the plastic frame. I think that that's going to be pretty good. And I'm not sure how big the original project is. When they call it a porch easel, I would assume it was probably pretty big, but I really love this version of it. It's so cute. So that looks way better. And so now all I have to do is attach it to the base. Isn't it beautiful so far? I love that. Friends and family gather here. Now to attach it, I just do a bead of hot glue on my little craft wood piece from the Dollar Tree and sit the frame on there and hold it for a good while to let my hot glue dry. Now I've done this before. I've done this on a recent DIY, and it had the glass in there and stuff like that, and this was very sturdy. But this time, I don't know if it was the weight of the cutting board. I found that whenever the sign would, kind of go back and forth a little bit like that, it kind of wanted to tip over backwards. And so I thought I probably need a larger base for this one. And so that's what I'm going to do. I did attach even more hot glue here in the back just to make sure that it stays in the right position. But then I'm going to go in with some more craft wood to expand my base to kind of fix that tippy problem. Trying to show you. It's just not quite right. So I didn't have that same size craft wood, but I did have one slightly larger. So you know what? We'll just cut this one down and we'll just make this a larger base. So keep that in mind if you're going to use a heavy sign inside yours like the cutting board. Now I just kind of have to distress it. First I wanted to test it to see if this would work. And it totally did. And it really doesn't take away from the design because it's kind of tucked away and hiding there in the back. So it's just a way to kind of make it blend in. I'm going to have to go in and distress this one exactly the same way. So again, I was just using cashew, and then I go back and forth, cashew and the Antique Wax by Waverly. Luckily, I spilt that all over like a kind of a cleanish surface where I was able to save all that Antique Wax by Waverly because, oh my goodness, I sure spilt a lot of it. Now, this video is going up on a Sunday. My husband and I are planning to go surprise my son at college. He starts college on Monday. He's been there settling in as a freshman, and I can tell he's super, super homesick. So I thought we would bring him a few items that he was missing and, just check in with him and see how he's doing. So exciting and so sad all at the same time. Being an empty nester, it's very quiet around here. Now, once I got it all distressed, I am just going to hot glue this base to the base we had before, just pinching them together. And that really did solve the problem of the tipping issue on this. And I really think I needed just a larger base there in the back. So easy peasy, problem solved. And I think this was definitely my favorite DIY today. I think it just turned out gorgeous. I love the slatted wood look by using the cutting blade to cut down through there. And I really like the image on there as well. So this is how it turned out. I'm kind of showing you it from a little bit of an angle to kind of give you a better idea of how the sign is hanging inside the frame. But isn't it so pretty? I really love how this DIY turned out. I think I like mine even better than the original, and if you do want that printable, I will post a link to all of the original videos in the video description below where you can find the free printable for that one. Now coming up next, I did fall candle DIY. Okay, the next one, we're going to use one of these larger vases from the Dollar Tree and some of their maple leaves to do a maple leaf candle holder. Now, there's lots of different colors in this package, and you could make yours colorful by choosing different colors, but I thought I would just pick one color and kind of like stick to that. So I'm just going to kind of separate them. You get like a ton of leaves in that package. Now I want to show you a couple of fails because it'll save you from some fails, right? I saw like on a blog, I think, somebody make one of these and they said just to Mod Podge them on. So I was like, oh, okay. So I put Mod Podge all over the back of my leaf. I put Mod Podge on my vase. I stick it on there. I have it so wet, it will not stick to my vase for anything. I turn it upside down. It won't stick. I went back, looked at the blog again, and they said to really like drown it in Mod Podge. And so I tried that too. It totally did not work. I could not get it to work. So I'm like, okay, I want to attach the fall leaves to the outside of this vase, but Mod Podge is clearly not going to be my friend on this one. This is me drowning it on their advice. And let me show you what happens. It just doesn't stick at all. I don't know how in the world they got theirs to stick. And so I was like trying to think maybe my glue is like too thin. Mod Podge is a pretty, thin glue. So I decided to switch it up to a thicker glue like this tacky glue from the Dollar Tree. It's nice and strong, right? So I just went ahead and put it all over the inside of the leaf, stuck it on there, and even tacky glue was not going to give me the hold that I needed to make that like curved and go around my vase. So 2 fails in a row, but then I do find a winner and I just go back to the tried and true hot glue method. I don't want to use a lot of hot glue on them though. So I'm just going to do like a little dot in each little corner of the maple leaf and one in the middle. And this worked perfectly and way less work than the Mod Podge would have been if I were to try to continue that because there was just no way that was going to stay around that curved surface for me on that glossy glass. So this is the color that I chose to use and I'm going to kind of alternate them around. Going different directions and stuff like that, using like either 1 or 2 in each area. I don't want it to be too full. I want it to kind of look like little fall leaves, like just falling through the air. So I do like a 2, 1, 2, 1 kind of pattern here, if you will. I kind of want it to be consistent and going all the way around. Again, it doesn't really matter which direction they go. I kind of want it to be random. So I think one more is going to fill it out very nicely. So I had many fails on this, but I wanted to go ahead and include them for you so that you don't make the same mistake as me because it's not as easy as they say it is to attach the leaves with that. And if you had fall leaves in your yard, I don't, but if you did, you could always attach real leaves as well. Now, I thought it'd be cute to add another little decorative touch to the bottom with some of this berry garland from the Dollar Tree. And we can just kind of string that around the bottom. It's going to add another little fall decorative touch, but it's not going to be too busy or anything like that. This kind of has like little red and orange berries. It's going to go nicely with the color of the leaves that we chose. So I just string it around the vase, tie it to itself because it's wired. And then just wrap it around a couple of times until I think it looks good. And I think that just provides another little fun fall touch. And then the next step will be to put a candle in there. We're going to use a Dollar Tree scented candle, so we're not going to be making one for this one. So I'll show you some easier options here too, where you can just pop a Dollar Tree candle in it. This is how it looks so far. I think it's really pretty. I love those color of fall leaves. Very pretty. Since I moved to Florida, I really miss fall. That's one thing that most of us that live down here probably would say. So my son and I always like to take fall trips to like Asheville, places like that. Last year we went to West Virginia to see the fall leaves. And now that he's away at college, I'm kind of bummed because I don't know if I'll be able to do that trip, but it's always fun seeing the leaves change colors, even if it's just for a small trip. So I used one of the vanilla scented pillar candles from Dollar Tree. I thought it was a little too short. Now, this is what it looks like with one of the taller LED like battery operated candles. If you liked that, you could totally use that. But again, I wanted real candles today. And so I'm going to find a way to make the smaller pillar from Dollar Tree work. And to do that, I'm just going to use another one of those little candle holders just upside down like this. And then just stick the candle right on top. It's my last one. I'm going to have to find more of those because I love those things. And that's just going to boost my candle up, make it taller, make it a little bit easier to see in that large vase. But let me show you how this turned out. I think it's so cute. Even after multiple fails, it actually turned into a really fun fall candle with little falling orange and red leaves all over and a little berry garland there at the bottom. I had 20 fall candle DIYs in that video, and they were so fun to put together. Now, coming up next, I have another Kirkland's dupe fall DIY video, and this was your favorite video. I do a little burlap pumpkin sign, and it turned out so cute. Up next, we're going to do another one. This one was like a white textured pumpkin canvas art print, regularly $39.99. From Kirkland's, and I thought we could DIY this with one of the Dollar Tree burlap canvases because it's already kind of that brownish color, right? So they kind of had a wood frame on theirs, and for that, I thought we could use some of the 5-gallon paint stirrers from Walmart. So I'm just going to use my football pumpkin. Isn't that adorable? I picked that up at Dollar Tree the other day just for a stencil, but you know, a pumpkin shape is so easy. You can probably figure this out if you don't have anything, but I had this handy and it was the right size. So I'm just going to use that for a stencil and then use a Sharpie. I'm going to have mine slightly go off the bottom and the side like the original. And since I have a, rectangular canvas instead of a square, I chose a long pumpkin. I thought that would look good. Now to make the textures, I'm just going to use hot glue. So right where I put my Sharpie line, I'm going to go in with kind of my fine tip hot glue gun here and just start sketching that out. And this is going to provide us that texture that you see in the original. So I just do the border, do a couple lines right here for the little pumpkin stem. And then I'm going to do I think I can fit 4 little pumpkin lines in, kind of arched a little bit to go along the sides of where the pumpkin would be there. So I do each side and then I do another 2 here in the middle. And that is mainly the texture that I saw in our inspiration piece. And once we paint all that, it's going to provide us that cool texture. Now, I thought that looked pretty good, but I thought maybe I should make the outside of the pumpkin a little bit thicker. So I did go back in there with another coat of hot glue on that. And you want to clean up any hot glue strands or anything like that you might have, because when you go to paint it, you're going to be able to see it. But I think that looks pretty good, and I think we can start painting it. But we just have to let the hot glue set up. I'm just burning off those strands, and I have an air conditioner in my garage, so I wouldn't put it in front of the air conditioner for a minute, like a window unit, and it's set right up. Now I'm just using regular ivory acrylic paint. And we are gonna paint this. See how that great texture turns out? And I kind of like the imperfect nature of the hot glue. It's gonna make it look even more handcrafted and unique. And I'm just gonna go in and paint that. I did switch to a smaller brush when I'm kind of going around the edges. I don't wanna go too crazy there. But basically, I want to do a nice thick coat of the ivory in there. I thought at first that I might have to do spackle, to do a spackle texture to kind of get this look. But I was really impressed with how well this burlap painted. If you put a good coat of paint on there, it really does seal up the burlap and you don't see all those little burlap holes if you just gave a thin coat of paint on there. So I just went over the whole thing. I noticed that my hot glue kind of looked a little bit grayish. So I do go in there and touch that up a little bit until I get a nice ivory coat. I dried it and then I just go back in any areas where I kind of had any holes or any areas that were a little bit thin. I just added another touch of paint. And that's basically it for the canvas part. just a little bit of hot glue and some acrylic paint and one of these little burlap canvases, which I am obsessed with. Every time I see these, I try to grab a stack because they are great for coastal crafting. But look at this, they're great for fall crafting as well. So I'm just going over everything, making sure it is good and white, and I really love how that turned out. Now, the 5-gallon paint stirrers from Walmart, they're like a couple dollars. You get 3 of them, and one can be for each side. And then this one, I'm going to cut it twice to this length for a top and the bottom, and we're just going to make a really easy little chunky frame. I just cut left to right, side to side for the top and the bottom. I'll fill the rest of the space in when I go to do the side pieces. I was trying to decide if I wanted it boxy or kind of in the middle, and I decided I wanted it in the middle, so I just do a band of hot glue on the middle of my paint stick, and I'm going to stick that directly to my canvas. I decided to attach it this way because I didn't want any like real visible nails or anything like that, which you could do. But I noticed the sides of the canvas are a little bumpy, and if I use hot glue, I can kind of mold the frame to go tight up against the burlap as I can get, and it actually turned out pretty well. So I got my top piece on, and we're going to do the same thing here with the bottom. Just gluing it about halfway. And be careful, like I thought that my paint was dry, but the paint on the back of the canvas was wet. And it made me get it on the frame, so I got to clean that up real quick. It definitely went through the holes a little bit. And now we just need 2 side pieces for our frame. I wanted it to be kind of constructed like this, so you could hang it or you can sit it. I'm going to use it like kind of as a shelf sitter artwork for my home. So I cut down a side piece. I didn't cut it down great though, and it fit better on the other side, so we're going to go with that. So same thing, we're just going to glue it on. This time I put glue on each end of the top frame and then glue along the sides. That way I can kind of glue everything together in one straight shot, just trying to keep it as square as I can, but it doesn't have to be perfect. As long as it looks kind of square and it stands properly, I'm totally going to be fine with it. So one more paint stick. And one of y'all told me that you guys get like paint sticks from, I think, Home Depot or Lowe's. And it must be the smaller ones. I don't know. They sounded like they're really cheap. I have never bought paint sticks from there before, but maybe I'll have to check that out because I always love these large ones from Walmart. And if they're cheaper than the Dollar Tree rulers, then maybe I need to stock up on some because I love using them for crafting. So I've got it all glued on there. And this DIY is complete. I love it. It turned out so cute. And I think it looks pretty close to the original. So here is what we were trying to dupe. This white textured pumpkin art print from Kirkland's for $39.99. And here is our Dollar Tree version. With a $1.25 canvas plus a couple dollars for the paint sticks. Really easy to DIY, and I love the simplicity of this. If you did like a neutral fall, this is going to go so nicely with your decor. Now up next, I did a coastal fall DIY video where I did a coastal version of a pumpkin DIY. Okay, next DIY, we're going to do a little makeover on one of these little pumpkin signs from the Dollar Tree. I always love crafting with these because they have a built-in stand. Now this year, it seems like I went to Dollar Tree today that had a lot of fall decor out. I was shocked by how many new items they had this year because they usually bring back the same stuff year after year, but they had a very limited amount, so maybe they only had the new stuff out. I'm not sure. But I am going to just cover the burlap, kind of sealing all that glitter that is behind the burlap. I'm not going to mess with that. I just kind of want to seal that, kind of make that go away. I do tape off my base, but it doesn't really matter because I'm going to go in and kind of distress that anyway. The closest color to burlap that I had was this cashew color. It doesn't really matter. I'm just kind of going all over just to seal all the glitter and to give me kind of, you know, a more muted background for the DIY we're going to make today, which is a seashell pumpkin. As you can see, we're going to use those little Dollar Tree seashells again, the ones that come in the glass bottles, to cover the entire surface of this pumpkin. Now, I thought the stand was a little too dark, so I am going in and distressing it with that same like cashew color, just to kind of make it look a little bit more like driftwood, but letting some of the dark color shine through. Once I get all this dry, then we can start to go in and decorate this little pumpkin with seashells. I kind of wanted to use like all the same color. Most of these are white. Some of them are gray, but I wanted to use kind of the white ones and the tan ones and kind of avoid the gray ones. And I am just putting some hot glue directly on my sign, right where the lip of the seashell would be, and just forming a line of seashells on there, all going the same direction. This DIY was kind of like working with driftwood, where you kind of had to test a piece to see if it was going to work. Because as you can see, there's all different shapes and sizes on these. Some are way bigger, some are way smaller, and I kind of wanted them to kind of fit together a little bit like a puzzle. So I thought that one was a little too big, so we're going to switch it up to a smaller one. And some rows I wasn't able to kind of keep that like going in between the two shells below it because of just all the different sizes. But again, like a puzzle, you can kind of make it work. I just kind of wanted a semblance of rows here if I could. I'm going to use like a nice large one here on the side. And I just want to fill up as much of the pumpkin as I can. I am continuing like the pointy side of the seashell down. And what I want to do is cover the entire pumpkin in this. So it's an easy DIY, but it is a little bit time consuming because you have to find the perfect shell and then glue it into place. And as you can see, the different sizes do work together. So I kind of like it because it doesn't look perfect into rows, and it probably shouldn't. And so I just keep gluing all the way up. It did take quite a few shells to do this, especially since I was trying to keep with like a certain color scheme, kind of avoiding the gray ones and any of the like cracked or broken ones. I was really impressed though with how few like cracked ones there really were. And I just kind of keep that pattern, kind of using a small one if I need to, trying to kind of go with the gap below this one. I really appreciate you watching today's video. Anytime you watch my videos and you can make it all the way to the end, or if you can't, if you go back later and finish watching the video, it really does help the algorithm and helps my channel to grow. I know I've been doing hour videos since the spring. Some people love that, some people don't. One reason why I switched to 1 hour videos is because the algorithm really liked it. My channel really started to blow up right about the same time that I switched to 1 hour videos. But right now, this summer slowdown season, it's really hard to get a lot of views on here. So it's really important. The algorithm's really important for anybody to see my videos and for me to be able to keep creating. So I have this way sped up. And we're going to finish off the rest of this pumpkin. I'm going to do just the pumpkin. I'm not going to do the pumpkin stem. And it is kind of a heavy pumpkin in the end, but the stand does a great job of holding it up. Now, I thought the stem should be a little longer and maybe kind of branch off to the side. So I'm going to use a popsicle stick to kind of make that happen just by attaching one popsicle stick end to the front and one to the back, kind of going over to the right. And then that's going to give me a longer pumpkin stem to work with when I go in to cover it with some of this Dollar Tree twine. So I'm just going to start on the back, gluing that on and wrapping it around. I love Dollar Tree twine or rope or anything like that for pumpkin stems. I think it looks really cool and it's definitely coastal. I am going to use a little hot glue on both sides just to get us started, and then just start wrapping this around. And I'm really glad that I extended the pumpkin stem because it definitely gave it a lot of charm. So I'm just wrapping like kind of right next to each other. I kind of want to cover all the surface. And again, when you get towards the end, you do have to use a little hot glue on the popsicle sticks to kind of make that stay in place and not just slide right off. I do want to go all the way on the top of the pumpkin sticks, or the popsicle sticks, so that you can't see them. So I just kind of just start gluing the twine to itself just to kind of taper it off a little bit there for the pumpkin stem. Now for the pumpkin tendrils, I'm going to use some of this Dollar Tree wired jute. The end of these is great because it's already got hot glue, I think, maybe at the end. Keeps it from fraying, so I'm going to use that as my outer end. I'm just going to wrap that around my Cricut weeder to give me a little corkscrew, like little tendril. And I'm just going to hot glue that wire jute to the back of my pumpkin stem, kind of having the little curly tendrils stick out towards the side. And I didn't want to do too much with decorating this because it already has so much decoration on it with all the seashells, but I thought a little leaf would be cute. These are just like, this is just a plant I had left over from the Target dollar spot. I just wanted a small leaf and I kind of liked the color of these, so I just peeled one off and I'm just gonna hot glue that to the top of my pumpkin. It's a little crooked, but I think we can straighten that out, and I think it looks so cute. What do you guys think about my little seashell pumpkin DIY? This looks so good with my coastal decor. Now, coming up next, I did a sunflower DIY video for fall. Sunflowers are great because you can transition them from summer to fall as well. And your all's favorite DIY from that video is this cute little sunflower wreath that I DIY'd. And this is how we made it. I'm going to use one of these wood bead wreaths from the Dollar Tree. I always buy these and I never DIY with them, so I had an idea of something that we can do with this one. So I want to make a little burlap flower like sack to hang in it, like about half of the wreath. So I'm going to use one of these little burlap bags from the Dollar Tree. You guys know I love crafting with these. They're so easy to craft with. I do want the flat edges along the top of the bag, so I'm cutting the thread to cut the handles off so I can go ahead and keep that. And then it's going to be super easy to make a little half round, if you will, like little pouch. So I just lay my wreath form on there so I can kind of see what shape I need and trace out around there with a Sharpie, so I'll know about how big I can make it. And then I just go back and cut inside that line. And then it'll be big enough where I can glue it to the back of the wood beads there on the bottom of my wreath form. Kind of like that. And I think that's going to fit nicely. So the first step in this DIY is we have to create the pouch. This burlap bag has like a plastic lining on the inside, but you can still kind of hot glue with it, as long as you act quickly. So I do hot glue all the way around the arch shape, leaving the top part open so we can fill that with sunflowers. See our little pouch? Super easy to make. And now the sunflowers. I thought, I have those little sunflowers from the Dollar Tree, but they don't have any kind of stem. So I thought some of this wire jute from the Dollar Tree would make really cute little stems. And it's going to make the sunflowers stand straight up like we need them to. And so I just start cutting those down to size. Not really measuring them, but some shorter, some longer. I'm going to kind of like stagger them a little bit. And then I can attach these little sunflowers from the Dollar Tree. Now, these already have wires on them as well. Kind of like the items we used on the wreath, which is going to make crafting with these even easier. Originally, I thought I was going to hot glue those on, but since they have wires, I might as well go with it. I decided I wanted a total of 5 sunflowers in this little bead wreath. And so I just take the existing wire that's on there and I just wire it to the wired jute like that. So they'll stand up like that, facing front, kind of like a sunflower. Now, the wire on the little sunflowers is a little bit longer than you need, so I did start trimming it up just a little bit before I wound it around there, so I didn't really have to hide anything. And I'm going to have these kind of going in differing lengths, like peeking out of the little burlap bag. but wire to wire on that, pretty sturdy, and I think they're going to stand up nicely on their own. And I saw like a similar project online, and they use the grass skirt from the Dollar Tree for a little grass. So I thought that would be a really cute idea too. So I had a little grass skirt handy left over from crafting another DIY. So I might as well use that for raffia. And this is what I was talking about that you could use in replacement of the raffia that I got on Amazon if you didn't want to order a whole roll. So we have a little grass cut down, and then I remember Dollar Tree now has these burlap leaves, so that would be perfect for our little sunflowers. They have different sizes, small and large. They also have like tan or white. So what I want are these, the little tan ones, and it worked out perfectly because I needed 5, and there was 5 in a package. So I'm just gonna hot glue those, kind of alternating which side the leaf is coming out, also alternating like where it's at, so they'll all like kind of stagger nicely when I go to put these in the little flower pouch. So all 5 of our little burlap leaves on there, and I'm really glad I remembered I had those. I think that provided a really fun touch. So the first thing we're going to add to the pouch is the grass. So I'm just kind of staggering that out, where we can have like little raffia grass like coming up in between the sunflowers. Just another little fun texture. I decided just to double up a couple of them just for a little bit of variety. And now it's just a matter of hot gluing these all down. At first I was thinking about using something but like a little lightweight for the glue, but nah, I went ahead and used hot glue on this too. So I just hot glue those down. Again, I'm using like 2 in some sections just to make it a little bit thicker. And definitely 1 piece of grass between each flower is kind of how I'm laying it out. And then I decided to trim them all different lengths so they're not too crazy. Now it's time to attach our sunflowers. I start right here in the middle, kind of hot gluing that into place and gluing the bag around it. Wanted to kind of check how high I could get it. Probably needs to go down a little bit, and my hot glue was still wet, so I was able to move that down a little bit so it's not too tall. I think that looks cute. And I want like the sunflowers, some of them to be up, some of them to be down. So I'm just going to kind of alternate up and down, hot gluing those right into place. And when I'm hot gluing those down, I'm also gluing the burlap pouch down on top. Will kind of seal those all in there as with the grass. But I wanted to get them all lined up first and then just glue the pouch shut. It's so cute, isn't it? Now to decorate the front of the little flower pouch, we're going to use some of those leather words from the Dollar Tree again. This time, we used Bless last time, so we're going to use Grateful for this one. And it fits on there perfectly. I love the leather on the burlap. The textures are great. And I just hot glue that down to the burlap bag. Now it's time to put it all together. I'm going to leave the wood bead round unfinished like this. I think it's so cute. I just need to attach it to our pouch. And it's going to fill up half of it. And the 2 outside sunflowers are a little taller than the wreath, but that's okay because they can kind of peek out on the sides like that. And I just attached the wood beads down with hot glue. Kind of sealing it all together, making sure none of my sunflowers get hidden there. This is a really easy, fun DIY to put together, and I think it's just so beautiful. I don't know if I have the link to the, or I saw something like this online. If I can find it, I'll post that in the description below. But they definitely inspired me to make something like this, and I think it turned out so cute. I just used twine for the top to make a simple hanger. And this is how it turned out. I think it's so sweet. I love all the burlap. The little bright sunflowers are so cute. And the addition of the little burlap leaves, I think, really kind of make this DIY. Again, this would be really cute hanging on your front door for fall. Or it's kind of a little bit on the smaller size for a wreath. So I think I'll use mine either in my kitchen or in my entryway. So cute. Hey guys, so the next one we're gonna do is a fall coffee bar, and we're gonna do a Dollar Tree DIY on that. I'm gonna share my favorite with you, but I also wanted to take a quick moment out of today's video and let you know about memberships on my channel. For $4.99 a month, you can support me here on YouTube, and you're gonna get early ad-free access to my videos, and it's a quick, easy way to support me here on YouTube. Okay, back to the crafting.
Now, this is the other large sign that I got at Dollar Tree. It's just a large cutting board and it says Hello Fall. I think it's kind of pretty already, but it doesn't really match what I've got going on. And so I'm going to DIY it. And I absolutely love how this one turned out. So the first thing I did was I removed the raffia bow here, trying not to cause too much damage to the paper. And my Hello Fall sign was slightly damaged, a little tear in the paper, and I wanted it distressed anyway. So what I'm doing is just mixing ivory acrylic paint with water, and I'm just gonna whitewash the little sign here on front. And as you can see, this is a pretty large cutting board. And so I'm gonna do this on the top shelf of my coffee bar as well, with that apple cider sign. So I think this will be good as well, but I did want a light whitewash all over. I think that distress, I just wiped off the excess with a paper towel, will hide any damage to the sign, and it softened it as well. Now, the wood part of the cutting board was way too light for what I'm doing today. So again, Antique Wax by Waverly, what I'm trying to do is I want to stain the back sign. You could remove the signs and put them back together, but I kind of wanted to distress all of it. So I think I'm just going to leave it together. I'm just trying to keep my wood grain all going in the same direction as the wood paper that's already on the cutting board. And it's okay if I distress the Hello Fall sign because I kind of want to distress that anyway. And since I've already started a whitewash on that. So I go all the way around the frame, just staining that Dollar Tree faux wood just a little bit darker. And then I just lightly dry brush all over just to kind of age this sign. And I really love how it turned out. I think it looks so much better than it started with. So I just followed that up with a paper towel, like a dry paper towel, just to kind of blend any of the excess, like distressing around the edges. Didn't want it distressed too heavily, but just enough. And I think that looks pretty good. I got my son all moved into his dorm yesterday, and I'm so sore today. I carried refrigerators and all kinds of things. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. He's only an hour and a half away from home though, so that makes me feel a little bit better. And he texted me like 30 times today, and he FaceTimed me, so that helps. But thank you for all your kind comments. Okay, so I reattached the raffia bow that was on there before, and then I just took some twine that I had and made a new handle for the cutting board as well. And this DIY is ready to go. I think it looks so much better with that color of wood. See, you really can stain that Dollar Tree faux wood paper. And I really like the little Hello Fall sign. I like the colors on it. And I like it distressed too. So I'm kind of glad that I distressed that with both a whitewash.
And I'm going to give you a little look around the coffee bar as well so you can kind of see how it all came together. I had a lot of fun putting this one together. Now up next, the next fall DIY video I did in 2023 was a fall critter DIY video, and definitely your favorite from that video was my little sisal raccoon pumpkin DIY.
The first DIY, we're going to use one of these $3 Dollar Tree Plus pumpkins. Had to go a couple towns over, but I was really impressed with the fall and Halloween at a Dollar Tree Plus. Look how large and detailed this green pumpkin is. I think it's going to be perfect for this DIY. Now, this is what we're going to use for this DIY. It's sisal twine, and I did not get it at Dollar Tree. I couldn't find anything like this at Dollar Tree, so I did have to go to Walmart for that. I think it was about $4, and you get this huge roll. And what I want to do with this is make a little sisal woodland animal peeking out of the pumpkin. I thought that'd be really cute. And then I decided which woodland animal I wanted to do. And I decided I wanted to make a raccoon. So let me show you how I did it. It's my first sisal animal I've bought these before. I love them, but I wanted to see if I could recreate it. So I start with aluminum foil. I tried a small piece at first and it just wasn't large enough. So I got a way bigger piece of Reynolds wrap. It can be any kind of aluminum foil. And I'm just trying to shape it into like kind of like a head or a snout of a raccoon. So I kind of don't really care. It can be flat on the back, but I just kind of want to have a little bit of a pointier snout like a raccoon would have. But this is the basic shape that I came up with. I went online to try to find out how to make the little sisal animals because I love them. They suggested aluminum foil and pantyhose, and I'll try to find that video and post it below. They had a lot of great ideas. And so I'm just using old pantyhose, like any kind of a flesh color would be good. And I just cut off enough to go over the whole thing. And then it's just a matter of hot gluing the pantyhose just to go up next to the aluminum foil. You don't want like lots of overhanging fabric. The pantyhose works great because it gives you something to glue to besides the aluminum foil. And it just gives it a little bit more shape here. So I just glue down all the loose edges. And if I do have some excess nylon, I just go ahead and trim that off. So that's the first step of a raccoon. It doesn't look like a raccoon, does it? Now, this DIY, I can't say it was easy. It was harder than I thought it was going to be just because it's time consuming. But I'll take you through all the steps of it because it turned out so cute. It's like one of my favorite DIYs I've ever made. So this is the sisal twine. I was trying to figure out how I could create this little guy without like actually having to cut and glue on each individual piece of sisal. And I really couldn't come up with any good ideas. And so that's what it's going to take. So I just start taking the sisal twine and I start cutting it. I'm just going for like larger than 1 inch. I'm not really measuring it or anything like that. Just trying to get about the same size. And then I just put a little band of hot glue down and working quickly, I try to lay as many of those as I can, facing towards the back. The back part there is the straight part is like the back of the head. And so I'm going to have like overlapping sisal twines. So it'll kind of look like fur in the final project. So I just went ahead and did 1 row for the back and then lots of cutting and gluing on this project, probably lots more cutting. I'm getting all those little individual pieces. Now you don't have to use sisal twine, but I really want it to be authentic. When I looked online, there was different kinds of fibers that you could use, but none of my stores really carried anything. Other ideas were like flax fiber, coconut fibers. There were some other ideas that you could use for this, but usually they use sisal. Now, I think that the sisal, it's pretty thin, but I don't know if it's quite as thin as some of the ones that I have actually bought pre-made, but I think it did a pretty good job. So as you can see, I'm just doing 1 row at a time. I'm doing the top of the little raccoon head and I'm slightly overlapping, making the hair go back towards the back of the head as I work my way up to the little snout, the little nose here of a raccoon. And I'm just doing the top part just to kind of get my bearings here. If you wanted to go all the way around with each row, you could totally do that. So now that I got the front done, I'm just going to go ahead and do the sides. And I'm going to overlap them and kind of continue that same line that I did on the top. Now, I did have less room on the bottom because of the shape of it. So I'm kind of glad that I did the top and the bottom separately because I did do less rows on the bottom. And it made it a little bit easier and you're not really going to be able to see it down there. So this is my other side, just 1 piece at a time here. I do try to put a band of hot glue and so I don't have to hot glue every single one on, but I got the top, both sides done, and then I did a little bit more here on the nose to fill it all the way in. This little guy turned out so cute. My son was home visiting for college for Labor Day weekend. His friend had a party and I was so happy to see him. So I was so glad that I had somebody to show this DIY to because he's always my biggest fan. So this is the bottom. I think I did like maybe only 3 rows on the bottom. It really didn't need very much. And now it's time for a haircut. Everything seems to be really secure. And so I'm cutting like against the grain and just trimming all over just to try to shape it up a little bit, just to make it look more like raccoon fur, I guess. And again, it's a little thicker, you know, than you would traditionally see for fur, but it totally gives you that same vibe that you get from the little sisal animals. Next up, I just need some thin cardboard. So I'm just going to use a food box like from some macaroni and cheese. And I'm just going to cut out 2 little raccoon ears. They kind of have an ear that's shaped kind of like a cat ear. So I'm kind of thinking cat ear here with like a rounded triangle. And I'm going to need 2 of them. So I'm just trying to cut down 2 of those about the same size and to scale for our little head. Now you could cover that with pantyhose first, but I didn't think it would really be necessary. So again, I'm just taking those little sisal pieces and hot gluing them into a triangular shape here. Just trying to fill up as much of the triangle as I can with those. And since it is an ear, you might be able to see it from behind. So I will have to flip it over and add some of the sisal to the other side too. But this is the first side. And I'm just making them longer than they need to be just because my pieces are a little bit longer, but I can always go back and trim them once I have them all glued down. So this is the back. Mine was blue from the box, but it doesn't really matter because we are going to paint these because I want it to be like traditional colors for a raccoon. So I don't think that's going to matter. So I just trimmed my 2 ears and we're only going to do the raccoon head. So that is all the construction on that. I know that was a lot. So now it's time to paint our little raccoon. The first step is I'm going over everything with just some white acrylic. And I am using a Dollar Tree brush to kind of like get down in there between the different fibers, especially since I have kind of like overlapping rows. And the pantyhose doesn't show like through too much, the nylon, but if I can, I try to kind of paint that white as well to kind of make it all blend in. So I'm just going all the way around this little raccoon head. I was like about halfway through this project and I was like, man, I don't know if this looks anything like a raccoon. It really didn't to me, but it came together so cute. I can't wait for you guys to see how it turned out. So once I got the snout painted, I do the same thing here with our little raccoon ears. Just giving them a nice coat of paint on everything, trying to cover up the cardboard that was behind it as well. Now for traditional like raccoon colors, I want my raccoon to be gray. I kind of had a little bit darker color gray, so I'm just lightening it with a little bit of white paint. And then we are going to paint like the back part here of a raccoon head, the like last 2 rows there on the back of the head, that gray color. And then a little bit between the eyes there. That's going to give me that classic raccoon face. He's going to have like the white face with the black markings, but a little bit gray there on the back of his head. And then I'm going to go ahead and paint the ears too. I kind of did the white on these just to kind of give me a base coat to cover up the box and everything. So I just do gray all over those and we will paint those different colors as well. So the inside of the ear, we are just doing white and I just paint like a triangular shape of white acrylic in there. And then I'm going in with black. Now raccoons have like, you know, the black area around their eyes. I'm going to kind of have it like be where the eye is and then it kind of go down like a cheek part with the black, trying not to get it too much out of that little general area. And then I turn it over and do the same thing here with the little raccoon markings on the other side. We're also going just to DIY the little raccoon eyes and nose with some with an item from the Dollar Tree. So that'll be nice and easy too. Now I was really trying to find something that I could use from the Dollar Tree. I thought about like unwinding They're brown rope, but it kind of gives you like a curvy texture. I even thought about trying to dismantle some burlap ribbon. But in the end, I'm glad that I went to Walmart and just went ahead and got the sisal because sometimes Dollar Tree doesn't have everything that we need for crafting. Now for the ears, as you can see, I just painted a little black triangle on the middle, and we are going to attach those with toothpicks. So I just hot glued toothpicks to the back, and then I just poked my little raccoon ears right inside the aluminum foil head there. And I do the same thing with the other side. The toothpick really keeps it in place. I didn't really have to use hot glue for that step. Okay, it's time for eyes and nose, and I'm just going to use some of this Model Magic from Dollar Tree. I didn't have any black, which was surprising because I have lots of colors, but I had white, so I'll just paint it, no big deal. I just take a little tiny piece of the Model Magic and just do a little triangular nose, kind of like any animal like that would have, and kind of round it, and then 2 tiny pieces for eyes. They kind of have larger eyes that are round, and so I do 2 little round eyes and just kind of checking on my nose, trying to make sure it's not too big. I didn't carve any nostrils or anything in it. I thought that was a little bit over the top, so I'm just going to attach it with hot glue, and that Model Magic does get hard over time. I've DIY'd with it a lot, and I always love the results. Now right here where the little black eye spots are is where I'm going to hot glue on our little eyes. And mine aren't hard yet, but they will harden up. But I can still go ahead and paint them at this point, and so that's what I do. I just use a tiny brush, and I am going to paint both of our little raccoon eyes black. And I'm also going to paint the little nose of the raccoon black too, just trying to make sure that I don't get any on my little raccoon face. What do you guys think? Isn't he so cute? I absolutely love this little guy, and I want him like he's inside the pumpkin peeking out. So I use like the little raccoon head for reference, and I just kind of mark out how big I'm going to need the hole to be because I don't want it to be too large. I just want him peeking out of the hole like there's just enough room for him. So now it's just time to carve this Dollar Tree pumpkin. I just used a small knife and just started carving. It is solid with styrofoam like all the way through, but I initially got my little bit of opening here where I could carve that out, and then I can go a little bit deeper because I do want it to be inside the little pumpkin peeking out, and I want it to have plenty of space for his head to fit in there. So I just cut it out a little smaller than needed and then just made it a little bit larger with the carving until he fit in there perfectly. Now, the styrofoam is a little messy, but I was able to carve out enough space for him, and I also want to do enough space for like 2 little paws sticking out underneath of his face. I thought that would be a really cute touch as well. Maybe a little bit more, and I think we're ready. Now for his paws, I was thinking popsicle sticks, and I grabbed a couple different sizes, and I think the smaller one there is the one that I'm going to choose. I think that's going to be a really good scale. These things are so easy to cut. You can just cut them with scissors. I just cut 2 down. I want the little rounded ends because they remind me of what paws would look like for this little guy, right? So I do have to cut down some more sisal and hot glue the sisal to it so I can give it like the same kind of fur that the raccoon had. Kind of forgot about that when I was doing the other part, but you could totally do this step in advance while you had everything going for that. So I just did 2 rows overlapping with the fur kind of pointing down for the paws. And then I just go back with my scissors, give it a haircut, and trim up the paws to kind of give them that paw shape. And they're just going to be one color, so I'm just going to do gray paint on these, and those will be ready to go. You're not going to be able to see the back of them, so I don't really need to do anything back there. And I want it to be like he's peeking out of the pumpkin, maybe a few fall leaves too. I think that will look really cute. So there's his paws. I got those all completed and dried, and now we can start putting it together. I was trying to decide what kind of leaves I wanted to use. I wasn't a big fan of these bold colors with this little guy, but I thought I would try it out. And I decided I wanted a little bit more neutral color. Even though I have a lot of color with that green pumpkin, I thought these leaves from the Dollar Tree would be perfect. They're like kind of a golden and like tan color. I think that'll be better. So I think 2 leaves is plenty, just to kind of peek out the bottom here where he's going to have his paws, just to give it a little touch of fall. So I just hot glue both of those in our little hole we carved in the pumpkin. And then the paws can kind of sit on it like that. Now I'm going to go ahead and just hot glue those in place. You could add them later. I'm just going to go ahead and add those now. And then I have to figure out a way to get my raccoon's head to stick to the pumpkin. Now you can use any kind of dowel for this. Sometimes I like to pick up things on clearance, like these cuticle sticks, because I like to use them for crafting. And it's basically a dowel, and it's a nice small size, and that's what I use. I just put it in the aluminum foil head, and then I just stab through the foam there in the pumpkin, and he fits nicely in there. I want him tucked in the pumpkin a little bit, so it really gives you that effect that he is peeking out. And this is how he turned out. Isn't he just the cutest thing? I have such a soft spot for raccoons. I know they're pests, but they're so cute. My son's campus has them, and we've seen them a couple times there, and he always gets a kick out of them as well. But this is how it turned out. My little sisal raccoon creature for fall, my little woodland animal, peeking out of a Dollar Tree green pumpkin with a few leaves as well.
He's so cute. Up next, I did kind of another fall critter DIY video because I'm going to be doing an owl DIY video. And this little burlap owl DIY was your very favorite.
Okay, and next DIY, I'm kind of obsessed with these wood slices from Dollar Tree, if you can't tell. This is like the oval one. I want to make it into a little owl, but I want it to be like vertical. So I don't really need the hangers to be on the side. So I'm going to carefully remove those. I'm not going to go after the staples. Sometimes when I do, it like totally splits open the little wood slice. But I thought we could make the wood slice actually look like an owl using some of the burlap leaves and burlap flowers from the Dollar Tree. So the first thing I do is just loop some twine to make a little hanger for the back. Gonna use my staple gun to staple that on there so we have a nice thick piece of wood. And then flowers for owl eyes. I thought maybe we could do that with some of these little burlap flowers from the Dollar Tree. I love these things. I think they're so cool. And then for all of the feathers on the owl, I thought we could use these little burlap leaves. They come in like tan and ivory color, and they come in 2 different sizes. And we're going to just piece those together. Now for the eyes on mine, I chose tan burlap flowers for each eye. I think they're going to be about the perfect size. I don't use the little plastic double-sided tape that they come with. I'm just going to hot glue mine on. And then for the body of the owl, I thought I'd switch it up and do like the ivory burlap by switching up the different sizes and shapes to do like little owl scales, feather scales down the front. So like this row, I can fit about 3 of the smaller ones. And they're super easy to attach with a little bit of hot glue. This DIY was really easy too, and it turned out so fun. I think this would actually be really fun for like a Christmas ornament too, or just a fall hanging for somewhere that's kind of small. So I switched it up and did a row of like 2 of the larger ones, and then I'm going to go back and do 3 of the smaller ones. And as you can see, I'm kind of just overlapping them as I go. It'd probably be a little bit easier to start on the bottom with that one. And another one here on the bottom. Then I thought we could use like the tan or the brown ones to do like little wings coming down the side of the owl. Kind of like that. And I have different sizes, and that's fine. I can just kind of mix that up. And I just hot glue those to the sides, kind of overlapping the sides, sticking out a little bit like a wing would. And I kind of had this owl vision in my head. I really didn't know how it was going to turn out, but I really like it. I think it's really fun and sweet. So this is definitely another version of the burlap owl that you can do on a smaller scale. So I'm going to use some of those little leaves for the little ear tufts on this one as well. I thought I'd switch it up and do the ivory since the eyes are the brownish colors. And so I just hot glue the little ear tufts and then hot glue each one of the little flowers on for the owl eyes. Now I wanted like the pupil part of the eyes to be dark, so I'm just going to use a black paint pen and go in and just paint the center part of each one of the burlap flowers black, so it'll kind of pop out and look like an eye. Now I decided I wanted a little bit more of the burlap leaves here to fill out the bottom here. I trimmed one down just because I kind of needed some smaller ones. And just hot gluing that, I wanted to fill up the entire like wood slice. And then I decided I also wanted 2 more on the sides to kind of make the wings go all the way up. So I just did 1 more of the small one on each side. And this little owl DIY is looking really cute. The only thing he needs is a little owl beak. So again, I'm going to use one of those little orange burlap leaves from the Dollar Tree and just cut down a triangular beak for this little guy and hot glue it on with one end right underneath the eyes. And he is complete. I think he's really precious. Wouldn't this make like a really cute like Christmas ornament too? Because I love owls for winter too. But I think he turned out really cute. Here is a close-up of our little burlap owl wood slice.
Now, next up, I wanted to take a different approach to fall where I thought we could try to do a gold theme everything. And my next video was gold themed fall DIYs. And one of my favorite DIYs from that one and yours too was my fall tray.
Okay, the next DIY, we're going to take one of these little Dollar Tree signs and we are going to transform this into a really fun gold bling tray for fall. I love gathering fall items together on a tray. Now for the sides, we're going to use some of the metal ribbon from Dollar Tree. I wanted something flexible, but something that I could paint gold and make it look really beautiful. And so I think this is going to be the perfect thing. Now they have this in like several different styles. I kind of chose this one because I wanted it to be as tall as I could get it for the sides. And I'm going to be really careful, try not to kink it, but this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to go just follow along inside the frame of the round sign, leaving that ledge on the outside. And so I just need enough of the metal ribbon to go all the way around with a slight overlap so I can kind of attach that to itself. So I'm just going to cut that down with some heavy duty scissors. It's not too hard to cut. And then kind of measure how big I'm going to need it. And then I want to paint it with this gold spray paint. And I want to kind of attach it first. So I'm going to see how big I need it to be. And I did hot glue to attach it. I knew that wasn't going to hold up that well because metal just does not glue great with hot glue. But I thought it would work. You'll see I have to go back with a little bit stronger glue on this. But I got the right shape anyway. And then I can take this outside and give it a quick spray paint with that gold spray paint. I'm going to paint it on the outside and the inside of it. And I think this is going to be a really great side for the tray. This is really easy to paint. It took just 1 coat of the gold spray paint. But when I tried to dry that with my heat gun, that's when the hot glue decided to give up on me. So we're going to switch it up. We're going to use a stronger glue. I was reading that super glue does work well for metal to metal. So I have some of these little single-use super glues from the Dollar Tree. Very convenient because you can just throw them away when you're done with them. And I'm just going to go ahead and screw the applicator on there. These are pretty easy to use. Try not to get it all over yourself like I did. I did do a little tiny bit of hot glue just to try to give it a quick hold at first. and then squeeze that together. You might want to wear gloves for this part because I did get super glue all over my fingers. And the trick to getting that off is acetone. So I always have some fingernail polish remover on my work desk anyway, so I had to go clean my hands there. And then we can just sit our little gold metal ribbon right inside the frame. I think it's going to fit nicely, and we made it just the perfect size. Now I just have to find a way to attach it to the tray so it's kind of like all one piece. And so I'm going to use that super glue again, going around the border. I do most of it in super glue, and then I do go back in with a little hot glue to try to give it like a little bit of a temporary hold, trying not to mix those two different kinds of glue together. And then I just set the metal ribbon right inside the frame, gluing that into place. It doesn't have to be super strong. It's kind of more for decoration, the sides on this. But I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and leave the wood bottom on the tray. I think that looks really pretty. And then for the feet of the tray, we're going to use some of these little wooden Christmas trees from Dollar Tree. They are starting to get their Christmas stuff out, thank goodness. And I'm going to just make little feet for these. These make perfect legs for a tray if you turn them upside down. At first I thought 4, and then I started lining them up and realizing that my tray was a pretty good sized tray. So I'm going to add one more. We're going to do 5 legs. And I try to just kind of like evenly space those out going around the circle as well as I can. I'm not measuring them or anything like that. I thought about painting the little feet gold. I ended up not doing it, but that would totally be another gold glam option. I'm just going to attach all 5 of the little feet with just a little dot of hot glue. This should hold up well, unlike gluing the metal to the metal. I knew better with the hot glue. And we have 5 little feet for our tray. This one, I had to move it a little bit, so I had to kind of update the hot glue on that one, but we can flip it over and you can see how pretty this looks so far. Now, one thing that I didn't really mind the white frame, but I didn't like the outside. See how it's not painted great around the edges of the frame? So we're going to go ahead and go in and paint the sides and the frame with some gold acrylic paint. This is just some gold acrylic paint. It's like metallic paint that I got at the Target dollar spot. I've also picked this up before at Dollar General. It's pretty easy to find. I prefer using spray paint for any of the gold metallics, but this is good for when you really can't get in there with spray paint. So I'm just going to first go around the edges. The only thing I don't like about the metallic gold acrylic paint is that you do have to go over it 2 to 3 times to get like that really good sheen that you're going for when you paint things gold. So keep that in mind. So we just painted all the edges, and then I thought I might as well just paint the frame too. That way it will all blend in with like the gold sides of our tray. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to use a small brush and go around all the edges. And this really did give it like a lot of bling, a lot of shine. We're going to do some DIYs and some fun things to decorate this little tray. But I think a tray is fun for fall because I always like to incorporate like a fall candle and stuff like that. And it's really fun to group some smaller items together to make like a larger piece. So you can see I did have to go over that with a second coat around the edges because you could kind of still see through that. So I went around that and the frame itself with another coat of that metallic gold, and this is how it turned out. Super bling, very pretty, loving the glam look. And I really love making a little tray out of these little signs. I love trying to find different purposes for these little signs from the Dollar Tree. They come in like all different shapes and sizes, and this circle one I think is perfect for a little fall tray. And I'm gonna show you how we're gonna decorate this today with some quick, easy Dollar Tree DIYs. The first one being a really fun metallic gold bling leaf. So we're going to use one of these little metal leaves from the Dollar Tree. It does have a hanger on it, which I don't really need. I'm going to combine that together with that little metal stand that you see there with the circle on it that says welcome to our home to make a display. But first, we're going to cover the leaf with this great peel and stick tile that I got from the Dollar Tree. It's got lots of metallic, it's got the gold bling pattern on there, and I think that's going to look really pretty on the leaf. So I just lay our little galvanized metal leaf on the back, and just using an ink pen, I'm going to draw that on. Whenever I do like an intricate pattern like this with any of the peel and stick items from the Dollar Tree, I find it a little bit easier to cut these intricate designs out first and then just line it up to whatever I'm covering. Now, since the galvanized metal leaf had holes in it, I'm covering it up with the tile, so it doesn't really matter. We're going to cover that all up. It's just a matter of cutting this down to size. And using that drawing on the back, we're just going to go around and cut the shape out. This DIY was really easy to do, and it really turned out really well. It really helped set the mood for some of the gold DIYs we're going to do today. I tried to find all different ways that we could incorporate gold into fall decor and at the same time try to keep it neutral. I know I really appreciate the neutral fall color scheme, and I know a lot of you do as well. Kind of avoiding the bold colors like the oranges, the reds, and the yellows, and kind of doing more, cozy neutral colors. So we've about got this one cut out. Kind of took my time on that one because I wanted to get that cut down right perfect to size. And you can see how cool this tile is. It's so pretty. And it's just a peel and stick, so this is going to be so easy to attach to the galvanized metal leaf. I always buy those galvanized metal pieces, and then a lot of times I don't know what to do with them. I don't know if you guys have the same problem. So I'm just going to peel this, line it up, which is actually easier than I thought it would be, and then just stick it on. It's just like a giant sticker. Now I want to display this, and that is why I have that little welcome to our home sign. I love those little signs because they make great display pieces for items like this, and we can display this on that great fall tray that we just made. Now again, I know though, metal on metal, it's not going to do well, so I'm going to try a different method. This is the Dollar Tree Super Glue Epoxy. I was reading on ChatGPT about like what was best for metal to metal, because sometimes these things fall apart on me then when I do the metal to metal with hot glue, so I was really trying to avoid that. So I had to read the directions on this. It is like a 2-part epoxy. You just have to mix the 2 different parts together. So I'm just going to do that in the packaging that came with it and stir that up. I used a paintbrush. I didn't know if that was really a good thing to apply it with, but it worked. And then I'm just applying that all over the little metal sign. That's going to just fit perfectly behind that leaf. You won't even be able to see it's there. But I also did a little hot glue too to keep it in place temporarily while that epoxy sets up. So I just pushed that onto the back, making sure I have really good contact with the epoxy. And I love trying the different glues from the Dollar Tree. They do have some really great things in their hardware section. So this is what it looks like so far. I was thinking that it needed like one more thing. And so I was like, I didn't know what to add to it. But then I decided ribbon, it needed a bow. And I do have some of this fall ribbon from the Dollar Tree that is a burlap with a gold tinted border. And so I think this is going to be perfect. So I just tie a knot in it, and then we're just going to tie a very simple, cute little bow here, making sure that all of my edges, all my gold edges are visible, twisting and turning and rearranging the little bow as needed. Sometimes you can tie them and they're like perfect and ready to go, and sometimes they want to fight you a little bit. This one wanted to fight me a little bit, but I won. So I think that looks pretty good with the bow part like that. I just have to cut my little tails down to size, and I think that's the perfect final touch to this fall leaf display. We're just going to hot glue it right here to the bottom of the leaf. And this is ready to go for that great tray that we just DIY'd. And I love those tiles. I think that's the first time I've ever crafted with that kind of tile, but I would definitely will again because it's so pretty and I didn't have to paint it or anything. See that gold sheen? It's so pretty. It was a little harder to capture that like with a straight on picture like this, but you can kind of see it there coming up off the bottom a little bit. And the little ribbon, I think, is super sweet as well. I used the white one, so it kind of has like the white stem. They have those in white and black. I always try to pick them up. I use the white one a little bit more than the black one. And we can just stand this on the top of our little fall tray. Nice and tall for the back piece there. Now to further decorate the tray, I picked up one of these little gold, super shiny, it's so shiny it was kind of hard to show you, pumpkins from the Dollar Tree. And it is perfect. I don't have to do anything to it. I think this is going to look really great here on the front of our little gold tray. And then I also found this candle holder at the Dollar Tree. It is so beautiful. It's like gold with like little gold leaves inside to make those great little shadows like that when you light it up. So we're just gonna pop in a Dollar Tree votive candle to the top. And I love fall candles. I always try to incorporate those into all my DIYs. So this is how it turned out. It's super easy. And this is gonna look great on this tray as well. And then I thought maybe a pine cone, and I thought we could do something special to kind of make it look golden glam. We're going to make it look like it is gilded. So again, I'm using that metallic gold acrylic paint and a tiny brush. And we're just going around and just painting the tips of the scales gold to make it look like it is gilded with like gold. I didn't do any of the gilding today. I used paint for everything, but I got like a similar effect and this was probably easier. So that is how it looks. I think that's the perfect amount of gold. And we can just use this to finish off our little fall tray right here in front with another little touch of bling for fall. And I'm loving the glam look. I hope you are too. Let me give you a little look around our tray. Super cute. If you wanted to use a little bit more filler in there on yours, I'm sure that would look beautiful as well. But I really love how it turned out and how these pieces all came together.
I definitely did a lot of fall DIY videos this year. Up next, I did a neutral fall DIY video, and this was definitely your favorite, my little burlap and wood cube bead pumpkin DIY.
Now the next DIY, I picked up these wood beads at Dollar Tree, and these are the chunky cube ones. And I'll show you in a minute why I wanted the cube ones instead of the round ones, but you could probably do it with the round ones as well. What I wanted to do was to do a really fun, like neutral burlap pumpkin with some raw wood beads on there. So I just cut some Dollar Tree burlap down larger than I need for my little pumpkin sign. And I had a scrap piece that was going to work perfect for this. The only thing is you really do kind of have to iron it to be able to work with it because the way that they roll it up, it's just a little bit all bent up and it makes it a little bit harder to work with. So I just give it a quick iron with my Cricut Easy Press, and then I'm just going to leave it as a rectangle, trim it up later, but for now I can go ahead and attach that to the wood pumpkin. I'm going to go ahead and leave the little hanger on that. Maybe we can go ahead and save that. And I'm going to connect the burlap to the pumpkin sign with Mod Podge. I like to use Mod Podge for burlap. I do a nice thick layer since it is fabric. You know, it's going to be kind of heavier. And it does a pretty good job of drying clear if it does seep through the burlap a little bit. And I just smooth the burlap out. I'm not too concerned with the pumpkin stem because I want to do something different for that one. But then I just use like a dry paper towel just to like kind of spread that out, make sure it is good and attached. I'm going to go ahead and trim the burlap down to size. I didn't really even wait for it to dry, but it was good enough to kind of keep it in place. Now, this is so easy with this shape. It's not an intricate shape like the leaf that we did earlier and stuff like that. Kind of like just cutting around a circle. The only tricky parts are like up here when you kind of get around the pumpkin stem and stuff like that. I was kind of cutting it around it, and then I remembered that I was going to do something different for the pumpkin stem anyway, so no need. So once I get it on there, then you can just kind of trim up any loose parts. The burlap's always going to have a little bit of raveling around the edges, but this one actually looks pretty good. And make sure all of your edges are glued down. Now for the pumpkin stem, I'm just going to use some Dollar Tree twine, and I'm just going to start here on the base on the back, hot gluing that to it, wrapping it around, and only hot gluing when I really need to. You are going around like a little bend there in the pumpkin stem, so it does make it a little tricky to wrap it, but I just kind of wrap as much as I can in one direction, and then if I have some areas that I need to skip, I do. And I can always go back and fill those in. Now, when you get to the tip of it like this, you just kind of have to hot glue it. I want to cover up like all of the wood part there too, though. But again, I'm not cutting my twine at this point. I'm just kind of leaving it all connected, just trying to get that finished where it looks nice. And then I can kind of go back and fill in any of the empty like triangular sections there with more twine, wrapping it around until it's nice and full. We're going to hot glue it back to the base and trim off the excess. Now, the reason I got the cube shape would-be garlands, you don't really get a whole lot on a string from the Dollar Tree, but the reason I did is because they're flat, so it would be really kind of serve the same purpose like if you were going to do the wood half beads. I do get those sometimes on Amazon, but this is another option. This is something from the Dollar Tree that you can use where you can glue something flat to it. I have done this with the round beads too, though, from the Dollar Tree, and it does work, but I thought this would look cool. It's going to make it look really chunky. I'm leaving them the natural wood color. And the first step is just going around in an oval shape, using the bottom to know where you want that oval shape of the pumpkin, the different sections to go. And I just kind of hot glue a section at a time, trying to kind of guess where that would be. And mine was like almost long enough to make it around it was like one bead short here at the top, but we can always just fill that in. And I did end up using all 3 packages of the wood cube for this size pumpkin. And I just go ahead and leave them strung like that, hot gluing that down, trying to make my shape look a little bit better, and then just filling in my gap with one more of the little cube-shaped wood beads. Now we're going to start here on the other side. They are kind of tied off with like the string tied around the wood bead. So I just kind of glue that part down to the burlap so you can't really see it. Just saves a step, and whenever you are gluing them on and they're all strung together like this, it just makes it a lot easier. So I'm just doing like a C shape here for the left side and then gluing that down. I'm not going to bother tying that off or anything like that. I thought I had maybe one too many, so I did take one off there at the bottom and then trim off the twine. Here is the 3rd package. That's what I'm talking about. You don't really get very many on these. They used to give you more. And then we're just going to do like the reverse C shape here on this side. And I really like the twine, the burlap, and the raw wood on the beads. I think they all work really nice together for a fun neutral color scheme. Just trying to get this as tight and rounded as I can. And if I don't have any of the wood beads glued down, I also go in and touch that up as well. Now I wanted to dress this up a little bit. I didn't really want to put anything on the burlap part of the pumpkin though. I think that looks really cool, but I did want to dress up the top of the pumpkin stem a little bit. So I kind of wanted neutral colors, so I thought like these little burlap leaves from the Dollar Tree would work if they were way smaller. So I'm just actually going to cut the top part off to make some small leaves. I thought I was going to use green and tan. I ended up only using tan. just because I didn't have as much room on there as I thought. So I just kind of trimmed them down to make them look like a little fall leaf. And then I am just going to hot glue that on here, right there in that gap. It kind of fills in the gap between the wood beads. And then the other side, instead of doing a leaf, I am just going to do some wired jute instead. We can just do a little bit of a curly tendril. And I just do that by wrapping that real quick. And you have to be careful you don't work with this too much though, because it does definitely come off the wire. I just trimmed mine down and then hot glue it right there to the top. And then as you can see, I kind of left the end all jagged like that, just so I can do a quick trim at the end. And I just trimmed that down to size. And that is how this DIY turned out. This is a nice burlap neutral color of fall pumpkin. And this is how it looks hanging in my house.
Okay, up next, I did another fall Dollar Tree DIY video, and I did a lot of trays in that video, but one of your all's very favorite DIYs from that video was my little mushroom wreath DIY, and it was really fun to put together too.
Okay, the next DIY, I wanted to use some of the wire reforms from the Dollar Tree. I decided on the medium size one, and then I also found that great mushroom sign at the Dollar Tree that's made out of metal. Now, it's really easy to break these. You just kind of have to find the area where it comes together. And I thought I was going to need tools, but I didn't. I just bent it back and forth and it just popped right open. And I thought we would do that because we could string this entire wreath with Dollar Tree mushrooms. I picked up a package of red, a package of brown, and a package of yellow. They also come in blue. And I'm actually just going to stab the wreath form through them. So you do have to push kind of hard. The stem itself was pretty easy, but to get it through that second part, you do have to apply a little bit of pressure. I noticed even though I was going through the center of the stem, it does kind of come out the side of the top, but that's okay because I kind of want the back of the mushroom to be a little skinnier so it'll lay flat against my wall because we're making a little mushroom wreath for the wall. Now I'm going to be using all of these, so a total of 9 almost fills up the medium size wreath form perfectly. And when I say medium size, you buy these in a 3-pack. There's like a small one, a medium one, and a large one. And this is such an easy way to attach these. Just have to give a little bit of muscle to get that cap on there. But otherwise it just goes straight through. It also breaks the foam at the top a little bit, but you can kind of push that back in without much damage. So we're going to just keep stringing them. As you can see, I'm just doing the same pattern over and over. And so you have a consistent pattern. Now, when I get them all on there, I do try to push the foam back in the tops anywhere that's broken. And we're going to do the little metal mushroom sign in middle. I think that's going to be perfect. To cinch it off, I just go ahead and put the little wire into each one of the mushroom next to it. Add a little hot glue to keep that all together. The foam mushrooms themselves are very lightweight, so I don't think it's going to be too hard to keep this together. And then I tried to space them out a little bit because there is a little bit of space between each mushroom when you use a total of 9. But you get a perfect pattern like that if you wanted to do these colors. And then I want to hang this little metal gather mushroom sign right in the middle. I love mushrooms for fall. I think that's a really fun design idea. I'm going to take some Dollar Tree twine and tie this off. And then I'm going to tie that around the wire wreath form. Now I should have tied it before I tied it on there to keep good spacing because I cut it nice and long so I can also use this for a wreath hanger. So I knotted it, made sure that it was hanging even, but I should have knotted it underneath the wire too. And I'll show you what that causes here in a minute. So I got that hanging on there well. And then I just tie this again in a knot to make a little hanger for a wreath. And that's when I realized I should have tied it below it too, because when I hang it on the wall, it's going to move this up. So to prevent that from happening, I just added a little hot glue there to the back. And then I also go in there with some twine to kind of tie it off to make sure that my hanger does not move up when I tie it off or when I hang it on the wall. So I'm just going to wrap another piece of twine around right here at the base. And that's really where I should have tied a knot. I kind of forgot to tie that one. But problem solved. And this is how it looks so far. I thought it would be fun to kind of fill in the little areas between all the mushrooms to give it a more natural touch. You don't really want to be seeing the wire through there. So to do that, I'm going to use some of that brown moss from the Dollar Tree again. It's not going to take much. And again, this is kind of messy. But I thought if I glued a little bit, I could keep it in place. So I just add some hot glue here to the gap between the mushrooms. And just put a tiny bit of the brown moss, gluing it in place. And then we're just going to repeat that between every single one of the mushrooms. It just gives it a little bit of a natural element. And this was, I kind of had this vision in my head. I didn't know if I was going to be able to pull this off, but such an easy way to attach those mushrooms to a wreath. And it actually hangs really nicely on my wall. If you wanted to hang it on your door, you totally could. But again, it's a little bit on the smaller size, being that medium size wreath form. So we got all the different areas with moss in between. And I think it's a great way to use that little gather sign as well, which is super cute. It's very colorful compared to a lot of the DIYs we're doing today. But again, we have that natural fall element because we're representing moss and mushrooms for fall.
Now coming up next is Coastal Fall. I did a really fun take on a mosaic pumpkin for fall, all with coastal colors.
Okay, for the next DIY, I'm going to DIY a pumpkin. So I picked up this pumpkin from the Dollar Tree. I think it's kind of ugly, so we're going to remake it. It has this bump out, which I thought was cool at first, but then I discovered that it was made out of cardboard, and that's not that cute. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that. Just by using heat and like a little Dollar Tree putty knife to scrape that all off and just give me a big block pumpkin. You wouldn't have to use specifically this pumpkin, but I really did like the size of it and that it's nice and heavy. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a mosaic pumpkin for fall using the little glass mosaic pieces from Dollar Tree. Now I picked up several different ones. I picked up these. These are like blues. I end up using one package of those. These are like pastels. I end up using one package of those. And these are like black and white, and I end up using one package of those. The reason why is because I kind of wanted to do a coastal beachy color combination, and I just needed some of the colors from all of them. But it's the first time I've crafted with these from the Dollar Tree. Have you guys seen these at the Dollar Tree? I picked up some more recently, but I've had some of these for a while and I've never crafted with them. But I'm going to pick out from the pastel package. I want to save all of the light blue and the light, almost like a lavender blue. I think that'll go with my beachy blue decor. And then from the blue package, I'm going to go ahead and dump that out. And I'm just doing this on the pumpkin itself so I can kind of guess, how many I'm going to need to cover it in a mosaic pattern. Now, these are all blue and white and really nice, but I was thinking I didn't really like the really royal blue. I didn't think that really went with the beachy decor. So I'm going to go ahead and pick out all of the bright royal blue ones and save those for later. Because again, we're going for like beachy, blue, and coastal. But I did want some white in it too. So that is what we're going to use the black and white package for. Now, I thought I would need way more than these because this is a pretty big pumpkin, but they go further than there's more in there than you think, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm just going to go ahead and only use the white ones out of this and kind of scatter those around the pumpkin until I think I have enough to fill everything up. Now, to fill in the different areas around the mosaic, I'm going to use some grout that I picked up at the hardware store. I've had it for a couple of years. I used it to fix my shower, but I've also crafted with it before. It's great because it's pre-mixed and ready to go in a jar. But I first have to figure out how to glue all these on. Now, I did not want to hot glue them all on. I figured I'd probably burn myself. It might not be the sturdiest adhesive for the glass tiles. So I decided to use the multi-purpose cement from Dollar Tree. I was just trying to figure out how I was going to pull this off. I don't really have to paint it or anything because you're not going to be able to see any of this image through. So I decided to do 1/3 of the pumpkin at a time. So I just spread out the multi-purpose cement, which is pretty strong adhesive, on with a foam paintbrush. And while it's wet, I can just start scattering these all around. I want to do like random blues. I'm like turning them every which way. I don't want like too many of the same colors in the same place. I want it to look very random. It's going to be a mosaic. It's not going to be a really tight mosaic. Another option for this is you could work some little tiny seashells into if you wanted, but I kind of really just wanted to go with the glass mosaics and see how this turns out. So the middle section, the same way. I'm just doing them section by section because I don't want that multi-purpose cement to start to harden up before I get all the tiles on there. So again, just filling that all up with a random pattern. And I'm so glad I decided to do this. It really turned out to be a work of art. I was really impressed with how this turned out. And I'm wondering if you could kind of DIY your own grout. It wasn't too expensive. The grout I got is way more than you need for crafting, but I think I picked that up for like $10 at the hardware store, something like that. And I've had it forever. It goes pretty far. So I did the same thing on the left side. Got everything glued down. I think it's looking really cute. A few more pieces that I want to attach to make sure there's no areas with like not any tiles. So I kind of check it here and there and try to fill in any gaps. Now the glue is still wet on there, so I'm going to go in with my heat gun and dry that until it is, dry, and now we can attach the grout. This is the grout that we're going to use. The color is linen, and it really kind of looks like sand, so I really like this. And again, I've had this forever, and it's still like, perfect to use. And I'm just going to go ahead and mix that up with a putty knife, and then we're going to attach that right on top of the glass mosaic. It's going to fill in any of the other areas. I guess maybe you could use like, I don't know, plaster of Paris or something like that for this too. And I want to make sure that I don't get too much on there. I just need enough to cover the glass. So I found it a little bit easier to use this larger one, this larger putty knife. And so I'm just going to scoop that on, pushing it down in between the tiles. Luckily, that adhesive was super strong, so everything stayed in place right where it needs to be. And then just spread it out, kind of scraping the top of the tiles with my putty knife to kind of make it thin enough just to cover the back of the pumpkin and the sides of the tiles, but not to cover the tiles themselves. Now, the sides were a little tricky because there is no wall, so I just kind of put it on there and kind of scrape it out as flat as I can up against the sides, kind of keeping that shape and working my way around all the edges until all of it is filled in with grout. Now, I've worked with this before. I've made a sea glass pumpkin, if you've seen one of my previous Coastal Fall videos. And I let that set on there too long. This time I was quick. I was quick with the wet sponge, wiping off the grout on the top of the glass stones to make sure I get them all good and cleaned up before the grout even has a chance to set up at all. So I just lightly went over the top of it with a wet sponge to try to at least get the tiles wet, right? And then I can kind of go in and start cleaning those up. Before I thought maybe it needed to set up a little bit first, but no, it really needs to be removed from the tile quickly. So then I went over with a paper towel. I noticed with the paper towel, it was kind of wiping the grout back on the tiles a little bit. So I'll show you how I end up cleaning that up. I just go over it again with my sponge, clean off all those beautiful tiles. Isn't this pretty? I absolutely love how this turned out. Definitely doesn't look like something that you made with the Dollar Tree. And to fix it, I did a paper towel and I just laid it on there and I blotted the tiles. just from the top instead of going side to side so I don't get any more grout on the tiles themselves. And once I get all of my tiles cleaned up, then I can let this dry and harden. It really didn't take very long to set up. I did give it a head start with my heat gun, but then I just kind of set it aside flat on its back like that. And look how beautiful this pumpkin turned out. Aren't those little mosaic tiles gorgeous? And I love the colors that I chose. I think they go really nicely together. And so here it is, our little glass mosaic coastal fall pumpkin. I think it's coastal because I think it looks like the sand and of course all of the blue that we used.
Now, coming up next is our last fall DIY video of 2023. I did a neutral fall DIY video, and your all's favorite DIY from that video was my little burlap pumpkin with the pumpkin wreath form from Dollar Tree.
I wanted to try to find a fun, creative way to cover one of these pumpkin wreath forms from Dollar Tree. I've done several different things with these, and this is probably the easiest thing I've ever done with one of these. I'm going to take the burlap ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to start on the middle section right here, and I'm just trying to figure out kind of the angle I want that to be at. But what I'm going to do is start the burlap roll there on the back of the stem by just gluing the metal frame down to the ribbon. And my plan was to like zigzag wrap two of them together with the burlap ribbon and then kind of work it in kind of like macrame, but with this large burlap. And you'll see what I mean here in just a minute. So I left all of my burlap on the roll. It makes it a little bit easier that way. Just making sure that this is good and dry so that I can kind of tug on it and pull it tight. And as you can see, I kind of go down diagonally back and forth until I cover that section of the pumpkin. I'm going to pull this through, and then I'm going to do each individual section of the pumpkin separately. I found that it was easier just to cut it and to glue it. Now here on the bottom, it worked out really well because it glued over the wire, and so you won't be able to see that. But there's some other areas like on the top, the way that it's set up, I'm going to have to go back and cover that up. But my plan is to cover up all of the metal wire, so I don't really care that it's that like dark color because you're not going to be able to see it in the end. So I'm going to start my next row right here to the left just by gluing that under. And then I'm going to go through that same area we were just in and see how we're going to zigzag back and forth by pulling the burlap roll through, and that is going to cover up all of the wire. So that was my plan, was to try to get it all covered up, and something really simple, but it gives like a really cool vibe to this pumpkin. I've done like the wood beads. I've seen people do fabric and stuff like that, and I've done macrame on these. And this is definitely a fun technique, so I definitely recommend it. Now I got the first two done, so I'm going to go ahead and do this one over here, kind of working from the inside out. And again, I just zigzag that through, covering up the hole, and then kind of ending it on the back on the top. And I just hot glue that in place and then just trim the burlap down. If it doesn't sit flat, I just come back here and fold off the bottom to make it flatter because it's a little wide for the base. So we're just going to keep doing that until we cover the entire pumpkin. Again, just working inside to out so I know exactly where my roll needs to be. And I'm pulling it through tight, but not real tight. Just a little bit of play so that I can kind of move it around a little bit when it comes to the next row. Now, if you wanted to do two of these and put them back to back, you can make a really cool centerpiece. I have done that with a macrame, with two of them with macrame. But I'm going to make this for a door hanging. And the thing I love about this pumpkin wreath from the Dollar Tree is that it is so large. Like, this is really a significant piece. So we have almost everything covered. We just have the two side pieces, and we're going to kind of do the same thing on those. You do have to kind of guess your angles here, and I'm just going to kind of wrap it around. I could always go back and tighten the bottom there where it's not sitting like real circular or close. I just trim the burlap down and kind of glue that to itself. And basically I want to cover up all of the wire. I don't want any of that to be visible. And as you can see, the burlap ribbon is doing a really good job. So I'm going to do the same thing over here on the left. And then I just need to kind of go back and cover all the wire around the edges and the top where you can still see that. But the bottom is all covered, so that worked out well. So you kind of have to be creative here on the sides, kind of play with it and see what's going to work. I just kind of wrapped mine around and glued it to it. And we're just going to cover up this little section here on the side that doesn't really have anything, just kind of one section at a time. I just trim that and kind of hot glue that in place, and then I can trim it and kind of wrap it around. Really no rhyme or reason. I just want to cover up the wire. I guess you could always use rope or something like that too if you wanted to frame yours out with rope, but I really wanted to just kind of stick to the burlap. Now it's time to kind of do the same thing here on the top. I was just trying to figure out what would be the best way to do this. And so I just glue it to the back, glue it down, and then I'm also trying to glue it over the area there at the top of the pumpkin stem. And I just kind of make that work. And I really don't want all this excess burlap on the back either, so I'm just going to trim that as I go. And here is another section on the top that really kind of needs something. So I just kind of glue that on there. I don't want to overlap our design on the front too much. And then I just keep doing that all the way around. Over here on the side, I just really needed a small piece, and so I just glued that around until all of the wires covered except for the pumpkin stem. And my plan is to do something different with that, just to bring in a little bit more color, but we are still gonna have the burlap. One more little hole right down here. And isn't that like a cool way to cover it? I think it looks really cool. And it was so easy. It was probably the fastest way I've ever done one of these little pumpkin wreaths. Now for the pumpkin stem, I thought we'd use some of the Dollar Tree white nautical rope. This is the 6 foot, and I'm gonna need 2 or 3 rows to make it wide enough to make a pumpkin stem. So I'm just gonna kind of put those side by side. Starting over here on the left side of the stem, I'm going to go ahead and just hot glue that right directly onto the wire. And then I'm going to make it longer so it'll kind of curl off to the side, because this is a really large pumpkin. It really needs a large pumpkin stem. The next piece, I just kind of glue it to the piece next to it because it really didn't have a lot to glue to. And then the third piece I can glue over to the right side of the wire, just cutting all 3 of those ropes down to size. Then I'm just going to glue them side to side here at the top so they'll all be attached to each other. And I want it to look like a large pumpkin stem. So I kind of glue it where it kind of twists and turns a little bit too, but nothing too crazy. And I think that looks pretty cool. I'm glad that it's a different color than the burlap. It's going to break up the color in that a little bit. I'm also going to go ahead and make a hanger. I probably should have done this before because I've kind of got everything glued up, so that's okay. I just take some twine and I tie a knot, and I'm just going to glue that to the back. This is very lightweight. That burlap was very lightweight, so there's really not a lot to this. This would be great for a door because it's so lightweight. You're not going to have a heavy banging thing on your door when you're opening it and shutting it. So that is solved. We have a hanger on it. Then I thought it'd be fun to add a fall word. These are those little galvanized metal words from the Dollar Tree. And since I'm going to do mine on my front door, I thought welcome would be really cute. So I'm just going to kind of center that on the front of the pumpkin. I'm going to let it be flat, just gluing it in place, in 2 places here, to kind of glue it against the 2 wire pieces sticking up. But I'm not going to wrap it around or anything like that. Now to decorate the top of the pumpkin, I thought it would be fun to use some of these little burlap leaves from the Dollar Tree. These come in like the tan and the white burlap. They also come in 2 different sizes. So since we've already done the brown burlap, I thought it would be cute to do some leaves with the white burlap. It's going to go really nicely with the rope up here. And I can also kind of cover up the end of the rope there. I don't really need that to look all gnarly down there like I kind of want it to at the top. So I'm just going to go ahead and glue these leaves in place. I am going to add to that and add some more leaves to it here in just a minute. Now, no blue on this DIY, just a lot of burlap and textures and fun, very neutral. That's when I was like, you know what? I really should have painted the welcome word because you really could not read the galvanized metal against the burlap. It just didn't stand out at all. So I'm going to try painting these, even though it is a little bit difficult. So the first thing I do is go over the whole thing with Mod Podge. I guess the secret to that is it just kind of helps the paint to stick to the metal a little bit because it's hard to paint these because they like to scratch and stuff like that. But I'm just going to still need a couple of coats. So I'm doing that antique parchment, ivory color, acrylic, and just going over this until I cover all the metal. It likes to kind of, peek through a little bit, looking like a metal distress. So I try to get it as good as I can. And I switched to a brush. I found that the brush worked a little bit better for getting coverage on that because, again, it's a little tricky to paint. So I'm going to go ahead and reattach it to our pumpkin just like we had before. And I think that looks so much better. You can totally read it now. We have a nice contrast. And it goes with all the ivory that we used at the top of the pumpkin. So I'm just going to glue my little L and my M back to those front bars. Again, leaving the word flat. I'm not going to have it wrap around the arch of the pumpkin or anything like that. I think it looks better like this. And then I want some lamb's ear on this project too. So this is some of the lamb's ear from Dollar Tree. And the great thing about this is that you can just kind of pull the leaves off and get these individual leaves to work with. And there's all different shapes and sizes. So I'm going to kind of like nestle those in between the little burlap leaves that we had before until I have, lots of greenery here at the top of our pumpkin. Gives it a little bit of color, a little bit of character, and I love those fuzzy leaves on the lamb's ear. They're my favorite. One more large one over here on the side. And just kind of gluing those all in place so that they will lay properly. And maybe one more burlap ribbon or leaf. And this is how it turned out, our little welcome burlap pumpkin sign. I absolutely love it. I had no idea if that technique was going to work, but look how cool it turned out. And it was really very simple to put together.
And now we can switch it up to the final season of the year, which are going to be winter DIYs. Now, I only have one new winter DIY video this year. I don't know, my winter DIY videos don't get quite as much viewership, but I'll probably make more. I did do some traveling for Christmas, and I have been sick a lot this month, including right now. So here is my final video of the year, which was a winter DIY video, and your favorite DIY from that was my beautiful winter tray. Okay, the first DIY is kind of a two-part DIY. First, we're going to use 2 of these little signs from the Dollar Tree, and we're going to make a tray. The second part, we're going to make a really beautiful vase arrangement for winter. Now, they have these, I know, in white, maybe black, and this wood color. I'm choosing the wood color because it kind of matches what's on the sides, and it's going to go with that warm stained wood finish that I'm going with today. But most of the top of the sign is going to be covered in snow anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter which ones you're going to get. But I just went ahead and glued them end to end. I just used hot glue. I'm going to have a couple other things that's going to kind of combine it together there. So I'm not really going to brace it or anything like that. I think it'll be okay. I just made sure to get it good and lined up and to glue it flat. Now I wanted to do like a border around the edge of the tray, and I love using these little cube wood beads from the Dollar Tree for that. just because they're going to sit flat when you go to do like a beaded edge. So it's going to take 2 strands of these. You could always do them with the round ones too if that's all you had, but I really like the look of the cube. So I usually try to use those if I can. And I want to stain them. They are natural wood. So I'm just going to take some Antique Wax by Waverly and a baby wipe. And then I'm just going to kind of try to stain these. I was trying to think if I should leave them all attached. I usually do when I'm working with a project like this. But one thing I noticed is when I went to stain them like this, they are like a cube shape, right? It's not really getting in between them where it kind of goes down on the sides, kind of like a dice shape. So I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to leave them all attached, but I just went ahead. I'm going to stain all 4 sides of our cubes like this. And the reason that I'm using a baby wipe is I don't want it to be a really dark stain. Sometimes Antique Wax by Waverly can get pretty dark. I'm kind of going for the same finish wood that tray is that we're going to make. So I just go ahead and stain them all this way. I do try a different technique on the second one, but this way was actually the easiest way to do it. So I went ahead and took them all off the string because I did realize, that they're not getting stained on the sides or in all the little corners this thing has. So I'm just gonna have to go in with a baby wipe and little messy, but use some Antique Wax by Waverly and we can stain all of them. I was trying to avoid doing them one by one like this, but you know what? It does work the best. And I'm going to line all 4 sides of that tray with these little cube wood beads, and it turned out really cute. Just a matter of getting all these little guys stained. So I just go in and do both sides. They are kind of have holes in them, but if you get them all going the same way, you're not really going to see that except for a few pieces on the ends. So that's our first strand. And then I was thinking, I know when you're painting wood beads, it's sometimes easier just to put it in a cup or a bowl and just dip them all in there, right? So I was like, you know what? That'd probably be easier than I wouldn't have to go in with a baby wipe on each one of the little cubes. So I took a little water and some Antique Wax by Waverly, and I just am gonna grab all of those beads and pop them in there. What I noticed is it didn't really stain it as dark as I needed to. And then you're going to have really wet beads that you do have to kind of let dry. When you're using the baby wipe, you're really not getting them that wet. They dry really quickly. So even though I added more Antique Wax by Waverly a couple times, I really just couldn't get them stained as good this way. It must be because I had to add some water to that. But I tried that method. It didn't really work out as well as I'd hoped. But I'm just going to kind of take them all out now, drain them on a paper towel. And you can see, I mean, they did stain a little bit. They're just not going to quite match the ones that I've already done. If I hadn't already done the other half, I probably would have kind of left them like this. But I was like, you know what? They're going to require a little bit more stain. So that was my first attempt. And they did, again, get really wet where I did have to wait because they didn't really want to glue down or anything like that. So I just went back to my old tried and true method. I put some more Antique Wax by Waverly on a baby wipe and just went in and stained each one of those a little bit darker just so they're going to match the other set of wood beads. And 2 strands was the perfect size for this tray using 2 of those signs. I think I ended up with 2 wood beads left over in the end. So I've got them all stained. They're all fairly the same finish now, so we can start putting this together. Now, since I did take them off the string, I am going to have to kind of glue them on individually. I did think about stringing them back together for this part because it is easier when they're tied together. I've made projects similar to this where I've made the wood beads like be in the middle of trays and stuff like that. And it's so easy to string them and glue them when they're tied together. But I was like, I'll just do like half a sign at a time and do some hot glue and just lay them all on there. That way I can kind of space them out. And I'm going to have one be right there at the border between the 2 different signs. And that will kind of help hold it together a tiny bit. and glue these all the way over to the side. I did have to space them out a little bit just to make sure that they all fit, but we got one side done. And that looks pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and start here on the other side. And I'm just going to repeat that same pattern, the same number of them. And just gluing a little bit at a time, trying to make sure that my hot glue was not setting up before I got them all covered. And I wanted to do just like a woodsy tray for this. And I couldn't really find anything that I wanted. So if you can't find it, you can just DIY it. So we have two edges done. And even though you see like that joint in there in the middle, once you get things on your tray, you're not going to be able to see that. And it actually just turned out really cute. For the sides, I went ahead and laid them out in advance so I know exactly how many would fit. And that was a total of 6. And so I'm just going to glue down 6 to each side, trying to kind of evenly space them. And again, I have like all of the holes like facing each other, kind of like they were still like lined up, so that all the pretty sides are the ones that you can see. Now, once I got those all glued on, I'm just going to go ahead and flip our tray over and just remove the tags here on the bottom. I thought since we have some leftover wood beads and they're cube shape, they'd make perfect little feet for this tray. At first, I wasn't going to do feet for it, but I'm glad that I did because this did kind of like perch it up a little bit and just made a perfect winter display for the vases that we're getting ready to do. So I'm just going to hot glue one in each corner right over here. Not quite all the way to the edge, but pretty close. And I'm going to do the same thing here on the other side. And then since I have two signs together, I thought it'd be a good idea and extra sturdy to put a foot in the middle on the front and the back too. And that'll be another little thing helping to hold that all together. But it seems like it's pretty sturdy. I don't think I have anything to worry about. And there's our little tray. I think it turned out so cute. I'm not going to do any handles or anything on the side. I don't think it really needs anything. And then these are the vases that I got. They're little frosted bottles with corks. And I picked these up at Dollar Tree. I thought these were really cool. If you can't find them, you can frost your own glass. And we are going to be doing that today because I think it looks extra wintry having the frosted glass. And so if you can't find them, it's pretty easy to kind of recreate these. But they're a nice small size bottle. I'm not really going to need the corks on them. But I thought 3 of them would be really pretty on this tray. We could line them all up right next to each other and then put some Dollar Tree florals inside to make it look nice and wintry. Isn't that texture really cool? So let's go ahead and get started on these. I was thinking I can just kind of glue them all down or push them all down into like snow or something like that in the tray. And I want to be able to reuse the tray. So I'm just going to kind of put them all in the snow. And then this is the eucalyptus that I got at Dollar Tree. I got a total of 5. I really wanted 6, but I could only find 5. So we're going to make it work, even though I have 3 of the vases. So I thought I could do like one entire piece in each one, and then we'll kind of break up the other ones and kind of split them around. Now for the filler here in our little frosted jars, I'm just going to use some Dollar Tree white sand. I think that makes a great sand or snow substitute. I'm completely out of the Dollar Tree snow. And so I was trying to find other things to make snow with today, and I found some really great things to do that with. So I already had some here in a baggie from a previous DIY. So I found these little craft funnels at the Dollar Tree, and I use them all the time for sand and projects like this. But you can always just cut a corner off the bag like I did there and pretty much do the same thing. But it does make keeping your work surface a little bit cleaner. And I'm just going to fill each one of the vases up about a third of the way. I didn't want to take too much away from the frosting. I wanted you to be able to see that, but I wanted enough of the sand that I could use it to arrange the flowers in, or the eucalyptus. So I lined them all up side by side so we could kind of keep the amount of sand even on those. And then we can go ahead and start taking the tags off of all this sparkly eucalyptus. I love these. They have these every year at Dollar Tree. They're white. They have glitter on them. I think they look really nice and icy for winter. And they're just about the perfect height. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm trying to pick out my very best ones to be the main piece in each one, and then the other ones we can kind of cut up and fill in. So that's what it looks like with one. You probably could get away with one if you needed to. And I'm just using my little floral scissors from the Dollar Tree and trimming these all down as long as I can get them. And I probably could have done with a little bit more sand in my jars, but we're going to make it work. So I just start taking them individually and kind of filling them in. These pieces are going to be a little bit shorter, just going to kind of help fill everything out. And I kind of compare them to each other, and I'm trying to create about the same fullness in each one of the vases. And I end up using every single one of them. And I love these. Aren't these so pretty? They're definitely one of my favorite florals they have for winter time at the Dollar Tree. Now that looks pretty good. We can go ahead and start putting the little tray together. I wanted to like kind of just stack them side by side in there, but I also want it to look snowy and wintry, so that's why we're also going to add some faux snow. Now, I thought about gluing them down, but then I wanted to reuse the tray, so I decided just to sit them all in there, just like that. But I wanted to sit them in there first before I added the snow. That way they're nice and flat against the bottom of the tray. Now, I had heard that Epsom salt makes great snow, so I just have some Epsom salt that I stole from the medicine cabinet, and we're going to use that for DIYs today, and this made fabulous snow. I loved it. So I just put a little cup in my Epsom salt there so I could kind of scoop it out, pour it in the tray exactly where I wanted, and I'm just going to fill up the entire tray with the Epsom salt for our faux snow. That way I have the contrast of like that stained wood against the white snow. We're going to have the frosted vases that are going to look like they're very cold, and then the icy white glittery eucalyptus looks like it's covered in ice. Then I thought I kind of wanted to add like a snowflake touch, so I got some ornaments from the Dollar Tree. One is a 2-pack, one is a 10-pack. Now they're about the same size. I guess the 2-packs are like a little bit better quality, but I want my snowflakes to be different, so I'm going to mix and match. I'm going to use one of the 2-pack and 2 of the 10-pack. And I thought I could do one of the little white glitter snowflakes for each one of the vases. I was trying to decide if I should tie it onto the bottle. And then I decided I would just tack them with glue onto the sides of the bottle. This one ornament, the one that came in the 2-pack, does have a hole. So I did want to fill that in, and it was actually pretty easy. I just put a little hot glue and some extra Epsom salt in there, and it filled up really nicely. The other 2 snowflakes didn't really have an obvious hole that I needed to fill, so that was a little bit of a time saver. And they're pretty lightweight little ornaments from the Dollar Tree, so I'm just going to do a little hot glue right in the center and then just tack them onto the side of our frosted glass. And I'm really glad that I decided to add the snowflakes to this because it took it from like pretty to like wow pretty, and quite a statement piece for winter. And I love this because I can leave it up all winter, because it's always so sad when you take down all your Christmas decorations and you still want like some winter decor. So I just did that on all 3 of them, just glued them to the front, and this is how it turned out. Our little winter vases with the white glitter eucalyptus. We have little white glitter snowflakes on the front of each one, and a bed of Epsom salt snow on a DIY tray. Isn't that tray so cute? And you made it through all 25 of my best seasonal Dollar Tree DIYs of 2023. Thank you so much for watching. I know this was definitely a longer video, putting it all together, but I really hope you enjoyed all these DIYs and got some great crafting inspiration to go into 2024. Here is the final reveal of all of the projects that we DIY'd today. And again, I will be sure to include a link to the original video down in the video description.
Every change has a reason, baby, let it come to you. Every soul, every season lives outside of status quo.
so much for making it all the way to the end of today's video. It really does help my videos. And I want to give a special thank you to all of the Crafty Beach Bum members that support my channel here on YouTube. Thank you to Coastal Couple, Karen O'Haron, Pamela Bergeron, I Am Mojo Jojo, Melinda Elizabeth, Jamie Job, Susan Edmonds, Carrie R., Tracy Knight, Verna Nachtigal, Nancy Wunner, Julie Miller, Tammy Coates, Janae Farrington, Pamelia Wren, Whitney Harrison, Maria Grace, Donna Schreiner, Tina Kane, and Heather Hart. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. I really appreciate each and every one of you. And if you would like to join the Crafty Beach Bum membership, it's super easy to do. All you have to do is hit the join button underneath the video today, and you can cancel any time. If you'd like to watch more Crafty Beach DIYs, YouTube thinks that you might enjoy this video right here. Happy crafting and Happy New Year!